Councillor Andrew Hamilton, acting mayor for the month of June. So I have the pleasure of chairing this meeting, the committee of the whole meeting. First order of business is adoption of the agenda. Councillor Stoner moves, Mayor Herford seconds. Any opposed? Motion carries. First item on the agenda is invited presentation from member of the Legislative Assembly, Jeremy Valeriote. I will leave it to you to start up. And thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Out of practice. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I don't have slides or anything like that. I would love to move quickly into discussion, Q&A, priorities, and concerns, questions. But if it's okay with council, I'll give a very brief snapshot of what's been. I've been pretty focused on Victoria and the legislature since mid-February. And nice to be home in the sea to sky for the rest of until October, at least until UBCM. So I will do a really quick rundown of what we've been up to, and then we'll try and figure out how it relates to where your priorities lie. So a legislative session, I wouldn't say was very impressively productive. We spent most of our time talking about a piece of or an amendment to legislation that never occurred, which is the Declaration Act on the Rights of Indigenous people. It took up a lot of airtime and caused a lot of controversy, and I would say setback in relationship with Indigenous people. We just on a slightly partisan level, the Green Caucus stood up and said, we think the Declaration Act is just fine. We just need to put work into it. We don't need to amend it. We don't need to suspend it. And we certainly don't need to repeal it. So that's been our position, and it's my understanding that government will now spend the summer trying to repair that relationship and get to some level of agreement and consensus on what needs to happen, if anything, with the Declaration Act in the fall. The other legislation was freedom of information, which another one that we weren't too impressed with the changes. Essentially limits freedom of information, and then a bunch of fairly agreeable legislation on interprovincial trade, safe places of worship in schools, and unfortunately, the two that may have been of interest, well, I'm sure were of interest, did not make it into beyond second reading, so they'll go into the fall and be dealt with in October. Code of Conduct, Municipal Code of Conduct legislation, and the parental leave piece. It's believe that they will hit the order paper as soon as we get back on October 5th. I have some discussions, and maybe others do, but with the minister about making sure that the regulations come into place in time for the new councils to adopt code of conduct and get on with that work. And yeah, and so some pretty significant. The other piece, of course, is the budget. Some pretty significant setbacks on the budget, both the suspension of Community Housing Fund, which has had a big impact on Housing Squamish and this community and others, and then long-term care, essentially a pause on Hilltop House long-term care. Recent discussions, I think some of you are involved in, suggest that VCH, Vancouver Coastal Health, will get the cost of those beds down to something that hopefully the Ministry of Infrastructure sees as reasonable. The number thrown out for pausing 7 different long-term care facilities was $1.8 million per bed. So in a lot of ways, pretty fiscally responsible. Just take a step back, but I think it's certainly for Hilltop that number will come in a lot lower, and so hopefully that will allow it to advance, and I'll be continuing to advocate for that. And then just noting your resolutions on air quality as it relates to, well, air quality in general, but specifically relating to wood fiber, rail, and the PST, all of which I'm happy to support and help advocate for. And then I'll just mention the other big pushes from my point of view and that our office are working for. Obviously, regional transit. Many discussions have been had and many to come. Was able to get the Premier talking about it in premier's estimates, and I think there is still forward progress there. I am still optimistic, and I think it may come to a head where we need a strong push from the public and all the stakeholders. Innumerable number of people that want to see this happen, from everything from health to housing. Rail, which we might get to talk about it a bit. See the resolution, and then just Highway 99 safety is Highway 99 and safety, mostly safety, but some congestion is always seems to come up as a big priority, and a lot of those factors are in Squamish. Had some meetings with the highway safety branch about intersection cameras and speed over distance and that kind of thing. I would like to take your input on that. They're quite focused on red light cameras at intersections, and I'm not sure that that's where the bulk of our safety issues lie. So a couple of private members' bills that are coming through the House. One was dashboard cameras on commercial vehicles, which passed. The other one is essentially a reckless driving prohibition, which has a lot more sausage making, so to speak, to do to get to something that works. But I think I've been strongly in support of it. It stems out of a fatal incident on the island with a 17-year-old, but it has a lot of applicability to our Sea to Sky Highway in terms of reckless driving and the potential for a 30-day roadside prohibition, the same way that would be with impaired driving. And so I think that's a positive development, and it's just a matter of ironing out what already exists in the Motor Vehicle Act and the Criminal Code. And I think that's going to be my quick 5-minute snapshot. Yeah, the budget deficit dominates the conversation. There is just not a lot of money, a $13 billion deficit, and not a lot of new ideas for revenue. So far, a lot of counting on revenue that may come with various industries that are cranking up. And I mean, I'll be fair that I think the province's Look West plan has potential in terms of economic development. I'm glad to see a tourism piece come into it, an outdoor recreation strategy, which have a lot of hopefully will have a lot of impact here. But the mining, LNG, and other pieces are revenue that might come down the line in 5 to 8 years, but it's not going to solve our current deficit. So we're looking at revenue. As you might know, our party leader is focused on taxing ultra wealthy. I think there's some room there, and just sorry, one last quick snapshot, because I was just asked about it. As we know, the government still has a bare majority. It's always, it's never dull. There's unfortunately 2 MLAs under investigation for criminal conduct, and sadly one MLA is quite ill and has been voting from her hospital bed, and so it's a fairly unstable. I would characterize it as a somewhat unstable government, and that presents some opportunity, hopefully, for getting some attention on West Vancouver Sea to Sky, and also always the possibility of a provincial election, which really hopefully does not fall at the same time as the upcoming municipal election. So that's kind of the broad political piece. Yeah, the independent MLAs, well, a new Conservative Party leader, and which will change the picture, and some independent MLAs that are always add a little bit of uncertainty to the whole mix. So that's my brief-ish report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valeriote. So I'm going to try to keep us on our repaced timeline.
Thank you.
Which means I'm going to aim to wrap up the conversation around in about 20 minutes. So please, I want to encourage your questions, but please attempt to keep them brief and to the point. Thank you. Sorry, in my brain, I said Councillor Greenlaw and then Mayor Herford.
Great. Hi, nice to see you in chambers today. I just had a question. With this deficit that we're running, has there been any conversation at the provincial level about wealth taxes, windfall taxes, desubsidizing LNG, desubsidizing fossil fuels, increasing tax bracket, like increasing taxation in the higher tax brackets? Has that at all been on the part of the conversation, or is it just taxing individuals more?
Thanks, Councillor Greenlaw. It's been part of the conversation that our caucus has been having with the government. I don't believe that it has seeped into any specific budget items that I've seen. It was some of our suggestions when we were talking about renewing our cooperation agreement with this government, mostly ultra wealthy and windfall taxes. But I don't, other than that, and that influence may lead to some further consideration of that, but it certainly wasn't. I mean, this budget was baked probably in November, December, around the time we were starting to make some of these points and policy suggestions, but I haven't seen it in the broader public discourse yet. But that need for revenue may force that to the fore. So
Thanks very much, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I wonder, just sort of broadly, it seems that we're hearing less about, let's say hearing, but we're seeing less commitment to climate topics, and how we know that the state of the climate and hasn't, if it's changed at all, it's getting ever worse. So as these pieces, as you're doing your work, I'm thinking about this, like looking at tourism as a key piece of our economic future, and in the form of summer tourism, smoke season really impacts the experience when you go for a hike or up some sort of lift assist or something like that. Like, are there ways that we can like, where are you seeing, I guess, the climate policies sort of be part of this economic future piece? Like, I highlighted that one example of the connection to fire, just to how it relates to tourism, never mind the actual risk to human life and structures and so on. But like, how are you seeing that? And are you seeing climate policy embedded in any of this stuff? Or like, just where is that conversation existing today as this work goes forward?
thanks for the question. I'll see if I can distill my answer. I mean, it does feel like our small two-member caucuses are the only ones standing up and saying the climate is still an issue, as much as affordability and housing have taken center stage. Even if it's only people's third, fourth, or fifth priority, it's not going away. And so I think that that standing up and saying, well, what is our LNG emissions policy? What about Clean BC? And so it is actually, even though it feels like a lifetime to me, it's only 6 months since we released the Clean BC review in cooperation with the government, and some of those, I would say, generally climate policy is essentially paused. I mean, I'll be frank. There are some, the North Coast transmission line electrification and clean calls for power from BC Hydro are focused on renewable energy and electrification. That's a positive, and I think that's a big positive. But those are almost circumstantial to. I mean, some of that electricity will go to liquefy LNG and for export. So it is. I mean, politicians, especially governments, read the polls, and when they don't see climate at the top of the list, they take their foot off the gas. I think this government is bad analogy. This government is, as I said, desperate for revenue. So LNG is the simplest and the, it's been baking since Christy Clarke in 2015 flew over to Woodfibre to announce that. And so that is the simplest economic development that's available. Other aspects are at later stages. So the polling, the polling suggests that it's as the mayor pointed out, I think earlier, the polling suggests that it is still very important to people, but it is there's going to be a pretty large push to get some of the Clean BC review pieces implemented and meeting our targets. So I was glad the government didn't entirely roll back EV mandates, but they did soften them. There are other pieces of Clean BC that are still waiting, but despite saying it's not the top of the list, there is some progress on methane emissions reduction and a few other items. But I think it needs a government that's willing to be courageous and say we're going to adopt all the Clean BC recommendations, reinvigorate that plan, and somehow balance it with the LNG export that we seem to be quite committed to. Long answer.
I asked you to solve the climate crisis in a short period of time, so I think that's fine. I think just if there's a way to weave this into the action I see here, the tourism piece, just from like what we've come to somehow collectively accept as smoke season, which isn't a thing actually, of negatively impacting our tourism. Never mind, is it a place I can visit safely? And if I plan to go there, will I be able to execute my trip and not be evacuated or be stranded or be in danger? So I think there are ways in these actions to tie those in. I just want to chime in on I'll leave it there because we're not going to resolve that at this table, but the highway safety piece I think is really important. Sure, intersections. We know that Cleveland 99 has ICBC data on that. It's the number one cause of accidents. But what I hear from anything to do to increase safety is great. But what I hear from the community is not so much, hey, there sure are a lot of fender benders at Cleveland 99. I hear about, can I drive the highway safely? Can I drive the highway reliably? So if someone wasn't able to navigate it safely and has had a crash, will I be able to get to the airport, do my commerce, do those things? And we don't see that the data from these crashes and the lessons learned, and I've been advocating my take on this has been like the incremental investments over time that make it better. As we learn that, wow, the outside of this corner really should have had some concrete barricades on there. Do we see a couple barricades appear? Do we see like just investment continually to make it better? And yeah, there's this bigger conversation, speed over distance. Sure, we're seeing more enforcement from the provincial RCMP. Those resources, I'm happy to see them, and I'm really glad they're there. And there's been some very public, impounding of vehicles doing really excessive, dangerous things. It's really expensive as well, and I think there's some structural things that can happen. So it's really yes and to likely all of that, but the lack of just continual investment as lessons are learned, and a few 100 meters more barricades or more frequent repainting or whatever those things are. But we don't see those. We see the impact both to the people that had the accident and often those are tragic, but we don't see the debrief as to like after they get ICARs in to do and close for 12 hours to assess and really come up with the root cause. We don't hear any of that, but the province has that information, and I think they should act on it. And that's anyways, I'll leave it there. I could take the rest of 20 minutes. So
yeah, Mr. Valeriote, yeah.
Thank you. Just to bring it quickly back to, because I made myself a note I didn't speak on, bring us back to fire season and smoke season in coordination with the work that you're doing on air quality. As I mentioned private members bills because they become much more significant in the last in this session, in this legislature, than they ever were. They actually have a chance of being adopted. In the case of the professional reliance bill, thankfully not, but I get one shot, and prospectively my private members bill will be a Clean Air Act, and so I'm hoping to take input on what that could look like. And I mean, that's one way of tangentially, it's one way that I have some agency in tangentially getting at smoke and other air quality pieces that are detrimental to local economy and quality of life and well-being. And then just quickly on transportation, I did ask a couple of questions of the Minister of Transportation about that sort of fixed and continuous improvement to the highway, and I will send it to council. I think I got a less than satisfactory answer, but there's still some discussion of having ICAR's resources here, and I think they're more from the Highway Safety Branch, which is actually under the Solicitor General and Public Safety Minister, that those might be a more direct route to getting some of those incremental improvements. So it is on the radar as the closures, as terrible as they are for both people involved and the community, they do make headlines, and that allows me to push a little bit harder on improvements. And as I keep saying, putting $700 million in 2007 and 8, it's not just a static. We're not solved for eternity. So there's a perception that Sea Sky has been dealt with, and it's no longer the case given what you're saying. So I think, it's even a guidance of a certain amount of percentage of the value of the asset that goes into maintenance and those small improvements is something I'll keep working on, committing to. And I think if you have, I don't know what UBCM meetings you have coming up, and that's maybe one other topic, but that's worth pursuing, because I think there's some the headlines that have been made will have an impact on getting some movement there.
Thanks very much, Councillor Anderson. And a reminder,
Yes,
we'll
thank you.
Keep it
My questions will concern the CN discontinuance matter. I may refer to some documents or information items that I'd be happy to pass on later if they're of interest. Firstly, Infrastructure BC is undertaking a market sounding or business case analysis for the BC Rail Corridor. And they are, in building that case, there is an issue with certain shippers and facilities reluctant to step forward publicly with information concerning current CN services and their circumstances. And there's some sensitivity, including among local facilities and local shippers within your riding. My question to you, Mr. Valeriote, is can these companies utilize the services of the MLA's office to deliver information to Infrastructure BC for their business case analysis?
I don't see why not. I think it's the right conduit. It's be on a confidential basis, or as much as they want to, and so I think that's a reasonable use of the constituency office. And I just just to preface your further questions, I appreciate Councillor Anderson, your through the chair, your efforts on the many discussions that have been had through the local governments, First Nations up and down the corridor to try and move this forward. And I think Pat, the MP and I tried to shine a light on this, and it's been now taken up by different groups and businesses, and I think happy to support where it's effective.
Thank you. There are a couple of places where there is an evident need for provincial government advocacy relative to the Canadian Transportation Act and the federal government in this process. We have a short line operator, Columbia Rail, that is doing due diligence, and they would like to put locomotives on the rail this fall. An issue that they have and that they bring forward as an issue for viability of a short line operator working on this rail line is access to Squamish Harbor and access to Williams Lake in particular. There's a big mine in Williams Lake that is being underserved by the present operators. So the issue there is we actually lack policy regarding interchange terms and introducing short-line operators relative to the states. This may be an issue for the province to bring forward. The province is, after all, the railbed owner and has a big stake to bring forward to the federal government. Related to that, the federal government has a discussion paper on transportation and trade corridor policy, and it would be of interest, Mr. Valeriote, if you might be able to encourage the province to provide input to this discussion paper and point out that the discussion paper omits entirely everybody except Prince Rupert, Vancouver, CN, and CP. There is just a blind area that is of interest to us here in this issue. The BC Rail Corridor, the Port of Squamish, the Port of Kitimat, for that matter, all ignored in the federal discussion paper, and this might be of interest to the province. Finally, we have really two sets of voices in the CN discontinuance dialogue. One set of voices from down here, the North Shore and Squamish, and Whistler and Pemberton, seeking commuter rail opportunity. The other voices are largely from the interior. They're two different worlds, and there is concern on the part of the interior communities who recognize they have less advocacy power, if you like, access to media, that they're losing out in the bandwidth, and that the commuter rail topic is getting a lot of bandwidth. It's also an opportunity that costs billions of dollars. And so I just pass that on as a concern for discussions yesterday that I had with some mayors from the Caribou and Lillooet, and Lillooet Tribal Council as well. They're a little bit concerned about the bandwidth being taken up by the proposal for fast commuter passenger between North Shore and Whistler. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up. I've been aware of that potential conflict and well, maybe not conflict, but discrepancy. And it's my hope that a business case and it's my suspicion that the only business case that works will be a combination of the two. I think there's some pretty strong economics on both sides, but maybe not independently. So I'm monitoring that to see where it goes. And I'll just say, yes, I absolutely agree. The province needs to be at the table here. As you probably, well, I know you know, Councillor Anderson, I spent a few minutes with the Minister of Transportation about this. Even just delving into the worst case scenario, which is the loss of the rail alignment altogether, which I'm assured that won't happen. But beyond that, the province needs to step in and make this an economic potential. And I think the northern communities at least have put probably more elbow grease into this, and hopefully that will pay off. But I agree that both benefits need to be highlighted, and I'm happy to work with that, especially if it's a conduit for some of that business sensitive commercial information that there's some hesitation around handing over to CN or other operators. Anyway, long answer. Keen to support this. I will emphasize the commuter rail is not a priority relative. Well, I'll put it this way: regional bus transit is the highest priority that I'm working on. Commuter rail is a great potential long-term project, but I've avoided engaging too much with the province on that until there's a more definition on regional bus transit. So thanks for the question.
Thanks very much, Councillor French.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm going to share some news I just received that will lead to my question. Canada Revenue Agency apparently has just revoked the charitable status of Vancouver Foundation. That's the foundation that received $25.2 million from the proceeds of the Quest campus sale. So with the District of Squamish and the community of Squamish having invested significantly in that campus, not just back in the day, but ongoing, I'm curious to hear from you what you're doing as MLA to participate in the evolving Quest issue and what role you can play in wherever this is going.
Thanks, Councillor French. Great question. I tried to bring it to light in question period one day, and it got a lot of attention. Just what the more of the past goings on at Quest, and that generated a whole bunch of work for the alumni association. Well, it generated potentially a platform and some leverage for the alumni association to take on they've now, I think, focused some of their attention on this potential merger with Columbia University, and so I've been engaged a little bit with the Minister of Post-Secondary on that and how that relates. This news that I wasn't aware of. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm not. Yeah, I'll have to assess how that plays into all this. I mean, there's a certain amount of getting tangled up in the past versus what can we do going forward. But I mean that's been what the thrust of my questions is. The public through the municipality has invested in what did invest in this, and what's gone on is a loss of, or is a detriment to that public investment. So I think, but unfortunately, maybe the halting or the slowing down of the merger is maybe the best tool that the alumni group has to keep it from being absorbed entirely. So I'm not sure I have a clear picture of that. I've got a letter in the hopper to the Degree Quality Assessment Board essentially on their behalf, and a further meeting with the Quest Alumni Association, just trying to figure out how I can help. It hasn't been simple. It took a year to kind of get to a place where it was something that was ready for question period, because there's so much background. But I am keen to try and have some addressing of what's going on, but I'm not sure if, and I'm open to suggestions of how to jump in. But I think documenting that public investment, and if it hasn't been done already, is probably quite helpful in terms of the public funds that went into this, to the establishment of Quest, and the fact that they are no longer essentially available to the public.
Thanks very much. Any further first round of questions for folks? No? Does anybody have a urgent follow-up question that they'd like to ask? For time, quick one. Thank you, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to go back to your comments about the income generation potential of LNG, and I was wondering if the province has provided any documentation supporting the return on investment for the LNG investments that we've made, and also if there's anywhere that summarizes the costs to the taxpayers of the subsidies that we've provided to the fossil fuel industry. If there's anywhere that's summarized.
Thanks for the question. Certainly not summarized by this government. I mean, the revenues from oil and gas are line items in the budget, but it has been third-party nonprofit groups that have tried to tally the subsidies. It's really opaque. I think the royalty review and some of this, I would say the fair analysis of a lot of the subsidies have decreased, but that doesn't mean they're gone. So in terms of return, I don't think there's enough transparency on how many different kinds of subsidies there are to the industry, and certainly the return is very contingent on the overall world markets for gas, and that's the gamble that we think. Well, that's the gamble that we've been trying to point out, and but that's not been transparent information.
Thanks very much. And if Councillor Pettingill, yep.
Yeah, just sort of on that note, I did read that recently the government increased the royalties on gas, which in my mind was maybe a positive, because maybe we'll claw back some of the subsidies we're giving the polluters and they can actually pay a bit more. Do you have a sense of like, is there a place that we as a local government can give the provincial government support to stay the course or increase those royalties further, or is it they sort of couldn't care less what we thought about that, or is there a role where we could influence that and support them in what seems to be one positive change?
Thanks. Well, they're being intensely lobbied by the industry, and to the point where some of the conservative MLAs were asking to roll back the royalty piece, which suggests where they're looking. I've said you can't have it both ways. Either the world is clamoring for or LNG or not. You can't. There's no business case for saying we'll decrease the royalties. You can have this public resource for little next to nothing. But given the lobbying that the industries, I think through EBCM or others, there's absolutely a case to be made for this needs to be benefiting communities as much as it is. And I know that's a long discussion with wood fiber and the district, but this has to benefit. There's no point in doing this if it doesn't benefit local communities. And I think, Kitimat is probably an example of where it has, but I'm not sure that it's played out yet here. And I think that, yeah, it's a public resource, and it needs to, and I think that those royalties need to pay for healthcare and housing and transit and all the other things that we need. So we're pretty vocal about. It took a long time to get the royalty scheme, and it's still under development. And so, but now is the time when the lobbying will be happening, because it hasn't actually come into effect. I think it's January 1st, and they should stay the course. And so other voices with that or on that are very welcome.
Thanks very much.
I
Councillor
was going to
Stoner?
move receipt if you're ready for that.
Yep, ready for that.
Receipt.
Seconded by Mayor Herford. Comments?
Yeah, very briefly through the chair. Thank you for being here and for the update. I know it's been a long spring session and you hit the ground running back in your riding, doing a lot of community programming and reaching out and being in council chambers across the corridor. Just a thanks to you and your team for your grounded advocacy work and holding your role in a way that is really tied to community. I know that you have been available to many of us when we've had challenges, whether it's through the Community Housing Fund and some of the budget concerns, to code of conduct, parental leave legislation, Heritage Conservation Act, the Look West strategy, highway safety. All those things resonate in community, and it's been really helpful to be working with your team, let alone the push around a new hospital and a long-term care facility to actually get that built and not just on paper. So just a thanks for your continued work and for showing up. I know it's not always easy being the squeaky wheel in Victoria, but I think it has been effective, and appreciate the continued open door. I do just want to flag, I think forthcoming, one of the pieces, we just saw Ontario make an agreement with the feds on the DCC revocation. And I think that conversation is coming to us soon. We did do an advocacy push through UBCM and ensuring that local governments stay whole. So if there is any sort of agreement that is made between the feds and the province around requiring local governments to reduce their development cost charges in order to secure any sort of federal funding, that doesn't come at a cost of us being able to do the work that we need to do in terms of infrastructure investment. So just putting that on your radar is something that I see coming down the pipeline. Thanks.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you for coming to see us and for all the work that you're doing on our behalf in Victoria. I think it has been quite a remarkable period of time that you've been, of a part of. I know that Sea Sky's sort of front and center there, and with I agree with your assessment as far as this might be a time where, despite the agreement with the government not being able to be supportable ultimately from with as far as your cooperation with them, I think we as a community are in a unique position because they need support for their initiatives, and So yeah, thank you for that, and I'm looking for ways to get you the information that you need to make compelling arguments and to ideally move the needle on these. So yeah, looking forward to working together on all those things, and particularly the thank you, Councillor Stoner, for that DCC discussion. That will be a very important discussion, and quite nuanced, that the public really will need to be brought on that journey, but we have a lot of context we'd be happy to equip you with to engage with that in a meaningful way. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Anderson.
Mr. Valeriote, we are making you a YouTube star, sharing links of your exchanges with cabinet ministers, not least Minister Farnworth recently on the matter of the CN discontinuance. And we all, I am sure, will be interested in ongoing in how we can keep in touch toward utilizing optimally the opportunity you offer for us to field questions through you to these ministers during spring estimates. And that's something that perhaps we might talk about as a strategy or a tactics in future ongoing the next council as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, response.
Sorry, I just, I don't need to have the last word, but I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, I'll just, to paint a picture, well, if we're not already reaching out to the municipalities on estimates questions, then we should be. So that's something that could be potentially discussed at council in January, February of each year of what's the highest priority. And then just to kind of cap it off, it's since I didn't say it at the beginning, it continues to be an honor to represent the region, but it's really, it makes it easy to have functional forward-thinking councils like yours so we can work in coordination, support each other. So thank you for the work that you do, and yeah, there probably is room for even more coordination, and but I appreciate the opportunity to come and hear from you. So thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor French.
Thanks. And speaking in support of the motion, I wanted to share that there are many in the community who were very happy to see you participate in the Pride Parade the other day. So thank you for that.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you as well for your advocacy for our community. As I look at things, and what I'm hearing is the province is really concerned about the interest rates with their debt and deficit, and that's maybe the main driver even more than revenue. But it does seem they are chasing subsidies for polluters as their solution. But we feel that with higher insurance rates, and we know the massive amount of community money that's going to climate adaptation and so on, and so the costs for us already are huge, and we've gone to a 10-year financial plan. It would be nice to see the province actually project 10 years out and actually do the math. It doesn't seem like what they're doing adds up, and they're chasing a very short-term, I'm not sure what to call it, but but I appreciate you advocating for us the long-term care, all these things that we're giving up to, it seems, for the benefit of polluters, so we can subsidize them is really frustrating. And so whatever you need from us to help strengthen the message that we're all bringing, just let us know. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for coming today. It's always nice to see our provincial and federal representatives in council chambers. I have been seeing some of your questions in legislature as well. Heard you mention me. Hi. Thank you. Appreciate your support on the PST piece. You saw the motion coming through, and that I've got a legal petition going on too, so you're going to hear lots about it. But I've also been listening to some of your pieces around the farmland, what's going on with farmland in the province, and that's really disconcerting. So I'm really glad to see you out there. I feel like a lot of our provincial and federal government initiatives are abandoning, food, what's the word I'm looking for? Food security for people. And to my mind, I think it's abhorrent that we're ignoring climate change when we talk about fossil fuels, but God money, if you will, but to ignore the science when it comes to food security is incredibly disturbing to me. So I really appreciate some of that work that you're taking on as well. So Thanks for causing trouble and keeping those conversations alive.
Thanks very much. So I'll call the question. All in favor of receipt? That's unanimous. Thank you very much, MLA Valeriote. Your hard work and presence here are both much appreciated. Thank you very much. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. Is that sufficient to change over, get our next presenter at the chair? Thanks. got all the staff in the room, we'll bring the meeting back to order. So next we are welcoming Karen Clarke, Executive Director of the Squamish Community Foundation. Thanks very much for joining us. And I'll leave it to Karen and staff to present themselves, introduce themselves and their talk. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephanie Parsons, Manager of Cultural Services, and I am here today with Karen Clarke, Executive Director of Squamish Community Foundation, to report on the Community Enhancement Grants of 2025.
Awesome. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me in here again today. And I'm here to present on the 2025 Community Enhancement Grants. So this slide you've seen before, it's just a little bit about the Squamish Community Foundation and how we operate and how we bring in funds and donate out to the community. One thing that's different on this slide is that every year that changes how much in granting we've administered. So we've administered up to 1.8 million now in granting since 2004, 1.8. And interestingly, we have about the same amount in assets with the foundation as well, which is unusual. Usually folks don't grant as much as they have in assets. So we're pretty proud of that. We'd also like to humbly acknowledge that our place of work is on the unceded ancestral territory of the Squamish Nation. So in 2025, we had 39 applications, another record for a total of 317,382 requested, which is about almost triple the amount of what we had to grant out. But we were able to approve 30 applications. You can see that the areas of interest primarily were the top ranked were sport and outdoor recreation. We had a lot of youth applications. We also had quite a bit of volunteer training and programming and community educational events, along with health and mental wellness and vulnerable and low-income families programming. We had 6 Indigenous specific programming, which was great for 2025. And then you can see the rest on down there, 5 environmental stewardship and climate action, and justice, equity, and diversity and inclusion. So we're really pushing these program areas to try and get more applications in those areas. So they are increasing over the years. We had 4 District of Squamish facility rentals. And then the rest there, we had 2 applications from Sea to Sky Community Services and 2 from the school district. Our grant criteria did not change much from the previous years. Every year we do monitor and try to keep our criteria current and accessible. So they were basically the same as the previous years. This year, or last year, I think, Councillor Pettengill, you asked to see the project program. So we've added that column so you can see the organizations that were awarded and the ranking on the left there, and as well as their programs this year and how much they received. So the top 2 ranked were the Marine Stewardship Initiative and the Squamish Helping Hands Society. So that was their herring spawn survey with the marine stewardship. And there was a new program with Squamish Helping Hands called the Farm to Shelter program, where they're trying to work with local farmers to support the shelter and bring in food from them. So Squamish Community Christmas Care, Indigenous Women Outdoors Society. They've been applying regularly to our granting programs and doing all kinds of wonderful programming for Indigenous women in the corridor. And the Bird Festival, that should be the Squamish Environmental Conservation Society, actually. But the Bird Festival has been very successful over the years, so we've been supporting them. The Squamish Adaptive Mountain Biking Association, they're fairly new, and they did a community demo on August 8th. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of these later on. So that's the first part. If you have any questions, I'm not going to talk about all of the programs, but if you have any questions about any of these in particular, please let me know. And then that's the second page. Squamish Climate Action was doing some great garden education workshops. They get great turnouts for their workshops and find them. People seem to love what they're doing. What else have we got in there? Yes.
Just a quick question on the, thank you for this. That Evans Lake one, ramping up the fund,
Yes.
is that accessibility work? 'Cause
Yes.
I know that I've seen them pursue other funding sources for, that's what that is?
Yeah, yeah, they built some sort of ramp on one of their trails to make it more accessible.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we didn't fund it all. We just helped a bit with
Great. No, that's a great initiative.
$2,000, I
Thank
think
you.
that it was. Yeah. Yeah. So those are the other ones, and then the Squamish Volunteer Center Society. That was their second year of their 2-year granting that we gave them. So, and you see some of the facility rentals in there for the commencement ceremony, and the Squamish Youth Triathlon, and the Squamish 55 rents the Squamish 55 for their Christmas dinner every year. So those are all the facility rentals. So just a couple of highlights of the projects. The Unlimited Worth Wellness Society, they ran a Red Cross Psychological First Aid certification training for nonprofit staff and volunteers in the community. They had about 25 people turn out, which was great. This was a great training for new frontline staff as well as long-term staff. There's something for everyone to learn and take away so that you can provide the best support possible while taking care of yourself. So this is a program that's been around for a while now, and it's really been supporting frontline staff at local nonprofits. And just a heads up, in 2026, we gave them a bit of money to run the program again. The Unlimited Worth Wellness Society also runs a men's mentoring program, which is going well as far as I know. The Sea to Sky Allies ran a drag queen story hour at the library. Huge success, sold out crowd with 80 children, parents, and guardians. And they were just great comments. We need more events like this to help our children feel seen, supported, and accepted in our community. Thanks for putting this on. And they didn't use all their money because the library ended up giving them the space. So apparently Hilltop House has asked them to do a drag queen story up there. So I haven't heard how it went yet. I'm keen to hear. So that was great news. Yeah. Squamish Community Christmas Care is one of our top ranked programs in 2025. So they received 457 one-time hamper applications consisting of 758 adults and 339 children. That's almost 1,000 people, or over 1,000. So that's 192 families with children. So they built over 490 hampers, an all-time record for them in 2025. Sea to Sky Community Services, incorporating Indigenous perspectives in childcare programs. This is the second year we've sponsored this program. They were working with Squamish Nation elders who come in and build and make bannock with the kids. They weave, they drum, they sing, and they dance, and it's a huge, huge success, this program. They also had a child care team building day, and they went for an estuary walk with Elder Randy Lewis, who's that's what that other picture is. So the success story about this program is that it's ran so well the last 2 years and been such a success that they actually have said in their report that they won't be asking for any more funding because they've built it right into their programs. So they don't need any more funding for this. I don't know where the money's coming from, but that's what they're doing. They're so committed to it. And this is wonderful because this is the type of process that we'd like to see for our granting. Whistler Adaptive Sports. You've seen these before. I wanted to just mention with these folks, they partnered with the Squamish Adaptive Mountain Biking Association on August 8 to hold a Try It Day at the Alice Lake, where the new South Coaster Adaptive Mountain Bike Trail is. I actually went up and it was a ton of fun, and they had a great turnout. Lots of keen bikes, lots of folks showing up and trying it for the first time. They also run a program at the Ninja Gym for our Squamish folks. It's a weekly program for both adults and youth. So Whistler Adaptive Sports has been working over the years to offer more programming in Squamish for folks with disabilities. So to date, or in 2025, they offered a total of 18 programs to 36 Squamish residents, and I guess some of our residents go up to Whistler as well. So yeah, they're building their program here for sure and need as much support as they can get. Whistler Adaptive is deeply inclusive with staff who bring warmth, patience, and expertise to every interaction. Because of WUS, our son has made great progress learning to swim and with joining small groups in busy activity spaces. And just a quick word once again on the Squamish Volunteer Center Society. This was the last year of their 2-year funding. They were running 3 programs, supporting and engaging volunteers, hiring a volunteer coordinator. They didn't put out the collection bins for books because I guess there's some bins around town already. So they had some outreach sessions around their library or around their bookstore and whatnot. And they held a volunteer event on May 24th called Community Waves, which was quite a success down at the House of Lager venue. So those are some of the highlights. One thing I did want to say was that the Squamish Community Foundation is grateful for the work and dedication of district and Squamish staff and council to create and amend and approve the community agreements policy and the community grants policy in 2025. These documents have assisted in clarifying the role of administering the community enhancement grants. And I know that was quite a bit of work. So, and we were involved in some aspect as well. So thank you for that. And what that has done is actually decrease the amount of comments I have at the end. So all I'm going to say is that we will continue to review, update, and improve the community enhancement grants application and guidelines every year just to keep them current and accessible to as many groups as possible. We'd like to continue to work with the District of Squamish to establish clarity around facility rental requests. i.e. should it be a separate process that really didn't mention too much in the policy, but happy to talk about that some more. And finally, we'd like to work with the District of Squamish on a longer-term partnership agreement starting with 2027 granting. The last 2 years, we've had a 1-year agreement, and we'd love to have a longer one. We'd like to thank the District of Squamish for the opportunity to administer the grants again, and also for offering the support in the community year after year. And I just wanted to mention last year, it's not coming up. There it goes. Talked about neighborhood small grants because the district contributes $10,000 a year to the neighborhood small grants. And I just wanted to mention it again because it is such a successful program. In 2025, we had a record number of applications, 62. That's the most applications. It's the most popular program in the Sea to Sky corridor. That when I meet with other NSG program leaders, they're astounded at how many applications we get. So it's a huge hit here in Sea to Sky, and we see some great and innovative small programs in each neighborhood that is really creating neighborhood connectivity. So the total requested in 2025 was almost 31,000. They ended up approving 49 applications and approving just over $21,000. And the overhead for that, so we don't we have volunteer administrator, we have a volunteer crew that adjudicates this, so it's really a low-cost program. The money goes a long way. And then finally, Squamish Living Wage was released in November 2025. I think everyone was sent the report, but it was up by 4.6% from 2024. It was at $28 an hour, which was the second highest right after Whistler in BC, I believe. So yeah, expensive living wage. But the thing that they did this year was they included single parent and single adults. They had living wages for each of those categories, as well as a family of 4, so that the living wage report looked a little different this year. So that's it. I just wanted to mention those 2 things as well. So that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the work you do to start that up. And as we go into council questions, I'll just put the reminder out there again. We're tight on time and we're going to be pushing our lunch later. So let's keep our comments direct and questions direct. Thanks very much. Yes, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I have a quick question for Ms. Clarke and another for staff. The item Marine Stewardship Initiative Herring Spawn Survey, $8,000. The Streamkeepers Herring Recovery Project used to apply to grants from TELUS. We did so every year. and it was a trouble-free grant process. I wonder whether they may be aware of that. They paid for our boat and all of the infrastructure that was under the Squamish Terminal's docks. I guess my question is, do you to some degree look at the landscape of other options for some of the applicants that you have coming forward?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Yes, absolutely we do. So we ask who their partners are and we ask if they can prove the other granting that they have. It comes in with their application. So I can't, with this particular application from 2025, I can't actually remember what they were putting the $8,000 towards, but absolutely we encourage folks to partner with other organizations and seek funding elsewhere, but also keep an eye on making sure that everything lines up with the funding.
Thank you. In the report, there's a rather interesting paragraph regarding District of Squamish facility rentals, and 3 points here: that there are groups are missing deadlines, struggling to pay for district facility rentals. Number 2, there are longstanding events traditionally have received in-kind facility rentals. How do you balance those applications with others? And finally, there's a number of advantages. So the report says for the district to have a separate defined process for in-kind facility rentals. I wondered if staff may have any brief comments or reaction to these issues that are being pointed out by Squamish Community Foundation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So for facility rentals with our new updated policy, we are not giving grants for facility rentals, and we're currently working on an administrative process to support those needs.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just to put a finer point in that, because I had a similar question. My recollection is that we decided, because our facility rates are deeply subsidized, that's how we sort of manage that. And then if people wanted more, they would go in the standard grants process for that last little bit, and then we would deal with the administration. So it sounds like that is the direction we're working under. Is that so? That is sort of our people should go. If the sort of subsidized rate that we offer not-for-profits isn't enough, then we do expect them to, if they want to try and apply to this process, that would be the process for them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Director of Recreation Culture, Jay Deo. Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. That is the process that we've set forth. There is those subsidies that they can apply for if they apply for that specific category, just to rent through regular fees and charges. And then if not, they can go through this process, and we won't, we'll create a separate administrative process to manage it.
Okay, thank you. Just to throw in a quick comment, these programs are great. I think there's incredible value for dollar here. I do wonder if we should review our policy on how much we're putting into community grants in general. Just the variety and the sorts of things we're touching on when you look at what's happening in social media, the division and so on, getting people together as community and empowering community to do things for themselves, I think is fantastic. So notwithstanding my question about the facility rentals, I do, there's incredible value here, and maybe we should try and increase that, but maybe comment to my colleagues for budget time.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. I just wanted to say that it's really hard for nonprofits out there. The money is absolutely drying up, and we're in the middle of an annual grants process right now, our funding process, and I can't believe the amount of applications we get. I don't even know what to do with them. So it's really, it's tough out there for nonprofits and charities. So thank you for that. And also just wanted to comment on the facility rentals. It might be worthwhile, as we discuss that issue, for people to know how deeply discounted the facility rentals are. I don't think people know that, so it becomes a bit of an issue. So that might help in some way to discuss, to just make that more public, that these the rentals are already deeply discounted. So that might help with this process.
Thanks very much. I have Mayor Herford and then Councillor Stoner on my list.
Thank you. that was a great setup you had there for this question, which is around like how do you make the? I'm curious about the your groups administering this grant program on our behalf. We've recently, we developed the policy to sort of hand it over. The facilities piece I hear is something that needs to be a little have a deeper or a little more discussion around and iron out. Just are there other pieces there that would be helpful? Have we provided useful guidance to you as you're doing this? I remember when those discussions were at this table, and and they're really challenging. And I saw some where folks applied for a larger amount than they received, and sometimes those pieces can be kind of feel arbitrary as far as I know you asked for 10, but can you do something with 25? Like just broadly, how are there other pieces of this that needs you could use some support on, like the policy development to take some of that ambiguity out of it, or yeah, just how are you approaching that, and yeah, what does that look like?
Thank you, Mayor Herford. I would say that there's always going to be some ambiguity when it comes to granting. There's no way around that, really. But I think, the granting committee, they know a lot of what's going on in community. In the grant, in the application, we say if you cannot work with less than what you're asking for, you probably are going to receive less than what you're asking for. So it says that right in the application. Or you may receive less than what you're going to ask for. In the long run, I don't know what would be helpful at this point. I think when we sit down, when we're actually in the room, which I'm going to be doing tomorrow night, there's this discussion. The people in the room know a lot of these organizations. They know how the programming works. And we have a relationship with a lot of these organizations, so we kind of can understand and make a guess. We really try not to give, like if someone's asking an outrageous amount, which we've kind of also worked with in the application as well, saying, this amount is a good amount to apply for. Like we don't hand out $40,000. So there's things that we've done to sort of manage that situation. But when we're in the room and talking about it with the grants committee and deciding on amounts, it's really, we can look at the programs and say, I think this will work, or we can support this part of the program, and that's what the money will go towards. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as you've made those practical pieces, whether you would like those to be represented in the formal policy might be just part of the refinement over time, just something to consider as it goes. But I was just looking for ways to support at the policy level that we can. That's what I was looking for. The outcomes are remarkable. I'll take the opportunity to say that. So thank you for that.
And I just want to say policy is always helpful. Can always work with some policy. So yeah.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I'll pick up on that piece in the policy. At the end of your report, there are some additional suggested areas requested for clarification, specifically eligibility of organizations receiving funding from other DOS sources, multiple applications, and organizations outside the District of Squamish. Are those elements that are intended to come back to us with a review of this policy? Is that just verbal feedback that staff are looking for today, or that you would just like verbal guidance from council today, or is that a refinement of the policy?
Thank you, Councillor Stern. I think the report is from 2025. Is that because I noticed that you were saying so? That report was written in 2025. And I think it was before the policy came out. So some of those items that both you and Councillor Anderson have mentioned were dealt with in the policies. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah.
In terms of granting value, so I hear you that it's a hard time for nonprofits. Pools of funding are shrinking kind of around everywhere. And the need continues to grow. And so I'm just curious, I remember this is like tied to 1% of something, but I'm just wondering if staff can remind me how this amount, I think 107 for 2025, has changed over the last few years.
So the grant policy is 1% of previous year's taxation, and it's divided amongst our community granting partners. Is there more clarity you like in that?
Is it all taxation? Is maybe a question to our CFO, acting CAO.
Multiple jobs today. Yeah, so it is all property taxation from the previous year. So around 490,000 from last year, and then 560 for this year.
Okay, that is helpful. Thank you in terms of considering a follow-up motion. And then I'm curious about the neighborhood small grants amount. Has that changed at all since we initiated that work? I think that was like early 2020.
No, so we started the program in 2017 and it hasn't changed. It's been the same.
And then one last question around the multi-year agreement with the community foundation. Why is that not coming in 2026?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the multi-year agreement is one of the existing agreements that we've identified that needs to be reviewed as a part of the new community agreements policy. Staff are reviewing the implementation. As we've shared with council last year, that is a priority to review the existing agreements before new intakes. We didn't have the capacity to review it last year due to staff onboarding capacity. So we're reviewing the timeline for reviewing those multi-year agreements with existing partners for future years. So we'll be back at council shortly to give you a timeline on when we will be reviewing those, but absolutely our existing partners are our priority to review those agreements for multi-year agreements.
All right, thanks very much. As we go into second round, I want to remind my council colleagues, we are under time pressure, partly because our next guest also has a hard stop at some point. Thanks.
At some point. No, I'll be brief. The funding discussion, thank you for raising that, Councillor Stoner. I just wanted to touch, I know that we have, I'm trying to remember, we're transitioning some programs out. There is a ramp up sort of in our financial plan going forward, but I'm looking at our CFO, but I just wondered if we could capture, if we get a brief synopsis of what that looks like, because I know I think I share interest in increasing this, but it's a transitional time with this, and it is in our financial plan. But I'm forgetting exactly those percentages. Can someone either confirm that confirm in what ways I'm right, or tell me I'm wrong?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So last year, the community agreements policy endorsement and community grants policy endorsement, we indicated to council that the current allotment for grants is 0.5% because we had operating agreements in our grants budget, which were, larger agreements such as SORCA and other organizations. We've removed some of those larger operating agreements into the operating budgets so we could refill the grants bucket back to the 1%. So there wasn't as much of a tax impact on taxation. We're doing that gradually. So it's a 0.1% increase over 5 years is what staff are recommending. So there will be gradual increases to the grants bucket to support our community granting organizations to support the oversubscribed needs. So that was our way to kind of continue to support granting in the community.
And then that started, is that to start in 2027, or is that something that is already in motion? Like, where are we at in that process?
Yeah, I'd have to double check. I'll take that back away. It might have been last year or this year or potentially next year. I can't recall offhand, but we can bring that back to council.
Okay, and I wondered if the community those small grant pieces, they would come out of that same bucket, and it's how that bucket is allocated? Is that?
Yeah, through the chair, we provide a bulk amount or large sum, and then it's determined by the granting organization how they want to use that funding. So there's one larger sum that we provide.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. If there's no further questions, I'd be looking for motion to receive. Councillor French, motion to receive. Mayor Herford seconds. Any comments?
Yeah, just very quickly. These updates are really important for us. It's super valuable information. It confirms what I think we all know, that this is money well spent and well leveraged and well redistributed within our community.
Councillor Greenlaw?
Yeah, thanks. Just echoing these statements. The work that you do in our community is so important, and we really appreciate all the work you're doing. And, you're clearly just adding value to our community. So thank you.
Yeah, if there's no further comments, I'll take the last word. Yes, thank you very much. It is amazing to see how this really difficult task is so capably handled by the Squamish Community Foundation of taking and distributing mindfully and meaningfully funding throughout our community. So thank you very much. So with that, I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. We will take 5 minutes in order to switch over the desk and welcome our next guest. Thanks. Thank you. For our next presentation from the Downtown Squamish Business Improvement Area, I'll put it over to staff and Kerry to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephanie Parsons, Manager of Cultural Services, and with me is Kerry Neal, the Executive Director of Downtown Squamish BIA, who will be presenting on the Community Events Agreement. This agreement outlines how the BIA delivers community events on behalf of the district under the Community Agreements Policy. I'll pass it over to you.
Great. This is good.
It's good to go.
Okay, awesome. Hi, everybody. Kerry Neal, I'm Executive Director of the Downtown Squamish Business Improvement Association. Sorry, I just realized my spelling mistake just this minute. I missed the T out of district. My apologies. So, like, oh, that's okay, good. No one else noticed, just me. Okay, I shouldn't have commented. Moving on, our purpose. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, so just to kind of, as you can see, we've got some brand new graphics happening here, a brand new brand for Downtown Squamish. So I just want to touch on that a little bit, just to give you some insight into that and why we have rebranded downtown. It's actually been over 5 years since we looked at our or reviewed our strategic plan and our branding. And just with so much has changed since 2020 that we decided to really dig in and look at our priorities as an organization. And what you see on screen, the beautiful colors, is really just the icing on the cake to the work that's been done. And I'll just kind of speak briefly to our Downtown Squamish's new strategic plan. And just to go through a few things here is that we have a mission that Downtown Squamish is cultivating a business ecosystem that thrives in nature. And I just want to drop this picture right here because I just love it, and for no other reason. I think you all will too. It shows a beautiful aerial view of Downtown Squamish. And then just to move on to what kind of sets us apart, the Downtown Squamish is the proudest purveyor, protector and connector of the sea to skies hidden gem and the humans who love it. And at the Squamish downtown core is a vibrant variety of roam-worthy opportunities nestled in coveted West Coast wonders. So our plan here is to really connect downtown with the nature that it lives in. And so this kind of just gives you a little view of what the new branding looks like, and kind of talks to our vision that we're a flourishing natural habitat for businesses, residents and visitors. And as I said, we went into, what you see, the pretty colors and graphics is the icing on the cake to the strategic priorities that we now bring forward. We have 4 core values, and 3 of them, economic resilience, proactive stewardship and community connectivity, is what's going to give us the 4th priority, which is pride in place. And I'll speak really briefly to these because I know that I am here to speak to the partnership agreement, but I think I just wanted to give you a little background of why we're doing what we're doing. So our strategic priority number 1 is our economic resilience, and that both the environment and local economy need to thrive for us to achieve our vision. I won't go into the actions and the success measures here. You have that information. I'll go on to strategic priority number 2, which is community connectivity. So we're going to leverage diverse resources and identities across our networks to become better conduits for connections. Strategic priority number 3, our proactive stewardship, ensuring our members feel heard, supported and informed in all we do. And then, as I said, the 4th priority, pride in place. And that's bolstered by the actions of all the other strategic priorities that we proudly share our natural habitat businesses in nature. And the success measures I will speak to here is that we will see increased digital engagement across target audiences. We have our on-brand publicity and a proven increased capture of visitor market share within Squamish and across the sea to sky. So it just kind of gives you a, I let you read more into that about, how our actions and our successes are going to come through. And we do dive even deeper than this, but I'll share that with you another day. And you can just see here on this slide just a few of the things that we've done for downtown through this new brand. We have a brand new website. We have signage. We have signage going into all of the businesses with our new icons to show, what kind of business they are, whether they're retail, food and beverage, services, health and wellness. We have a new pocket map that will be coming out in the next few weeks. We have obviously the flags downtown, and we have, I meant to bring everybody one, new downtown Squamish swag, a downtown Squamish shopping bag. I'll drop them off. So then just moving on to how downtown Squamish aligns with the arts, culture and heritage strategy. There's three main tactics here. Tactic 3.4, where we're supporting exhibition and programming space. So promoting business artist connections through public art, e.g. the Mural Walk Festival, highlighting ACH content in merchant spaces and public areas, and partnering with Squamish Arts to connect creatives with locations. Tactic 4.2, promoting Squamish's cultural identity, events like the Mural Walk, Holiday Festival, Squamish Together, they all promote local heritage and creativity. And we see this ongoing storytelling through social media, merchant features, artist collaboration and reels. And then championing the downtown as a cultural hub that blends nature, art and commerce. And then finally, tactic 4.3, the regional promotion of arts, culture and heritage experience. So we collaborate with Tourism Squamish to attract cultural tourism and social campaigns and signage that amplify local artists and cultural experiences. And then let's go into the agreement itself and the purpose of it. The purpose of the District of Squamish and Downtown Squamish Community Events Partnership is the delivery of community events, activations, and cultural programming that support community connection, vitality, and economic development. The partnership works by annual funding and strategic oversight. Downtown Squamish acts as the event delivery partner, leading, planning, executing, raising sponsorship, grant funding, and working with other community partners. Our annual work plans and reporting ensure accountability, transparency, and alignment with the district priorities. The benefits of this partnership, we can leverage the investment that the district gives us through grants and sponsorship, volunteers and other community groups. It supports obviously the arts, culture, tourism and local business activity, creates community-focused events and activations that enhance quality of life and pride of place. It enables us to efficiently deliver through, it allows the events to be delivered through a dedicated community organisation like Downtown Squamish. Looking ahead, 2026 marks the third one-year renewal of the partnership, and Downtown Squamish and district staff are exploring a longer-term agreement to help us with long-term planning and sustainability, and obviously continuing that community impact. I think you all know the events, but let's just quickly go through them. We have 4 signature events: Squamish Together, the Mural Walk Festival, Open Street Day, and Squamish Holiday Parade. And I've been working with a community group who organise an Easter hunt in Clarke Park every year. It's not a downtown event as such, but we support it financially and with in-kind support. And additional to producing these signature events, we support other community-led events and activations throughout the downtown core, working along organisations such as Pride, Arc'teryx, Squamish Arts, to name but a few, and help those groups strengthen their programming and increase their visibility. And then just to touch on each of the events, I think we all know what they are, but Squamish Together, a full day of celebration, bringing together art, culture, music, food, community. It's designed to be inclusive, intentional, and educational, and it celebrates the diversity of Squamish and fosters the connection and reflection of the shared experience. And obviously the community collaboration piece, it's delivered in partnership with Squamish Nation, with the District of Squamish, Tourism Squamish, the Rotary Club, Squamish Arts, Chamber Pride, Sea to Sky Allies. If your name isn't down, it should be, to be honest. It's a community event. It showcases at least 25 artists throughout the day in different genres of art, music, dance, storytelling, and cultural performance. And it's also supported by a Celebrate Canada grant, which is a federal grant that we apply for annually. And every year we get a little bit more, which doesn't happen very often. But with that one, we obviously prove ourselves every year. So we get a little bit, few $1,000s more every year from Celebrate Canada. And it's obviously, with regards to volunteers, it's powered by over 250 volunteer hours. And really exciting news for 2026, we just secured a $5,000 Celebrate Canada FIFA grant, which allows us to add additional programming to Canada Day in the form of soccer-themed activities. So we've partnered with Squamish Youth Soccer Association, or Squamish United, to help deliver this initiative to downtown. So they'll be taking on that part on Canada Day, which is super cool. And again, brings another community group into what we're doing here. Mural Walk Festival, a free year-round self-guided mural tour in downtown Squamish. Yes, we have a festival, but this is kind of our legacy event, as in we encourage people to continue touring the murals all year round. It was launched in 2021. We're now in our 6th year. The highlights from 2025 is that we created 13 new murals, featuring Indigenous, persons of colour, local artists from Squamish and the Sea to Sky region, female, national and international artists, lots and lots of volunteer hours, over 250. And as part of the Mural Walk Festival, we host the Open Street Day, which I'll speak to on the next slide. The festival impacts over the last 5 years. We've seen 56 artists create and engage in our community. We've raised over $248,000 in additional funding and in-kind support beyond the partnership, that should say, and over 1,000 volunteer hours contributed. So it's a significant impact on our community. And then I'll just speak to Open Street Day. And I touched on that before. It was launched in 2022. And we're preparing for the 5th one in 2026. Obviously celebrates the vibrancy of downtown Squamish, reclaiming Cleveland as a public space, a community-focused public space. The key features is that it becomes pedestrian first, encouraging gathering and creativity on the street. It engages our local businesses to reimagine the street in a different way. It offers residents and visitors a new perspective on the downtown core and promotes active transportation, including walking, cycling and transit use, and over 130 hours of contributed volunteer time. The community impact, it fosters inclusion and a sense of belonging across a number across ages, abilities and income, and strengthens the connection between public space and community well-being. And just to speak to the last of our signature events is the Holiday Parade. It's a family-friendly parade that brings downtown Squamish to life at dusk. It's a signature seasonal event that transformed downtown into a festive, illuminated celebration. It actually attracted over 4,000 attendees along the parade route last year. That goes from I'm not sure why I've put Logger Sports Ground. It's actually the Log Sort. Yeah, sorry. to Pemberton Avenue, and it strengthens community pride, connection, and holiday spirit. The key features, obviously, the floats and performers and schools and organisations all come together. It includes the Santa experience. It encourages people to dine and shop locally and visit us during the holiday season, and provides a platform for community groups and organisations to showcase their creativity and participation. And we see over 150 volunteer hours. On the holiday parade, because we're seeing so many people attend, we are actually doing a review of not to remove the holiday parade, nobody panic, but looking at the safety and security around the holiday parade. We're all like, yay. Yeah, so we're working, we're talking with Public Works, we're talking with Squamish Search and Rescue, who volunteer for us on the day, and then looking to create a much safer experience for everybody. We see a lot of children coming out onto the street and getting too close to the floats. And on that note as well, we have had a reduction in the amount of floats that we're allowed to have. We're only allowed to actually have 30 vehicles in the parade now. So it just reduces the footprint a little bit. But we're working on that. There's lots to discuss around making it a safe and fun and still fun event. And then overall, looking at the economic, the tourism and the community impact of all of the things we do. Obviously, all of our events attract residents and visitors to downtown Squamish year round. We see a lot of people that come up to Squamish for our events that don't even live here in the community again and again, coming to visit us, especially in Squamish at the Mural Walk. When we engage with people a lot more, we see people coming up year after year to experience what we're doing. Obviously, it drives economic activity by supporting all of our small businesses downtown, our restaurants, shops, and of course the performers. We see increased sales and exposure through all of our events, encouraging local spending and extended stays here in town, especially something like the Squamish Mural Walk. When it's over a 3-day period, we see people staying and in our local accommodations. These have all of our events strengthen community connection, pride, and well-being through being inclusive and accessible. And we're obviously activating public spaces in ways that foster social connection and celebrate our local identity. It demonstrates the value of placemaking and people-centered public spaces in building a vibrant and welcoming downtown. The return on investment. So the district in 2025 funded 47,500, of which we were able to leverage to a further 123,000 in grants and sponsorship and 36,000 in in-kind support. That's across all of our events. So total value generated was just over $206,000, which is a return on the district's investment of 335%. Which is great, right? I think. And then just to summarize everything here for you, in addition to delivering, obviously, these signature events that activate the downtown core, we play a much broader role in supporting the long-term health, resilience, and identity of downtown Squamish. This has included launching our refreshed downtown look and brand and advancing our strategic priorities. We're obviously supporting downtown's cleanliness through our graffiti removal partnership. We continue to strengthen economic resilience through our member workshops, marketing support, and regional advocacy partnerships. We also have ongoing, obviously, social media engagement that promotes businesses year-round and the downtown core. At the core of this work is a commitment to proactive stewardship, strengthening our partnerships and advocating, advancing long-term advocacy and supporting a sustainable and vibrant downtown for the future. I just want to take this opportunity to appreciate for the ongoing partnership that we have with council and the district, and we look forward to continue to build on that collaboration in the years ahead. And I'm just going to show you this slide, which is a lot of our, oh, there's someone missing. There we go. It's popping up. These are just some of our people. These are just some of our people.
Thank you very much.
I'll leave that up there. You can probably recognize half the people in there.
Thanks very much. On to council for questions. Mayor Herford.
Thank you very much for the for all the work and for the presentation today. On the piece around the return on investment, it is remarkable. But when I think about the why, a lot of this is community building and so on. But I'm wondering about the health of the businesses in downtown Squamish, and whether, like, if we look at events, are you seeing return on the day? Is it about just awareness and people will come back because they had a good time downtown to spend, or like how are you thinking about that? And do you have anything to report in that sort of impact to the businesses?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any figures for you on the businesses themselves, but we definitely see people coming back time and time again. We're actually going to be working with Tourism Squamish this summer on being able to actually do head counts of how many people that we have attending the events, and I think that will give us a little bit more data to share in incoming reports. We definitely see downtown busy. Yes, it's July, so we would hope that downtown, when the majority of our events obviously are in July, so we definitely hope to see a busy time. But we see for the duration of the mural walk, for instance, we see the Saturday is of course the busiest day, but we see a lot of people coming on the Friday and the Sunday, and we see a lot of people coming back time and time again.
Yeah, thank you. I think some understanding of that would be really, might be useful around this table as far as decision making. I think at various points there's been discussions around like, and on I'll use Open Street Day as an example because I want to ask you when it is.
Yeah.
But some data around like, hey, on Open Street Day we had all these people downtown, but that actually meant that businesses that reported a better than average day with or without with the change in how people got there, and like that type of
we
stuff.
do survey. We do send out a survey. We do send out a survey after Open Street Day to all of our downtown businesses, and the majority of them report a significantly better day, business wise.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. That's useful. Just one last question here on thank you for sharing all this information and the sort of the new strategic, the rebrand and so on. I just want to make sure I don't paraphrase here. I just had a question about one of the items, the strategic priority 1, the economic resilience piece.
Yeah.
The last bullet action item there was create a cleaner, safer downtown Squamish through advocacy and reinvigorated safety programs. Are there's reinvigorated safety programs multiples that would be led by your organ? Like, I'm just wondering can you flush that sentence out for me, please?
I would love to speak to that. One thing that we are, as the Downtown Squamish, are looking at is ways that we can increase safety downtown. Whether that program be a team on the streets that go out, in the evenings or after hours. We would like to speak to the district about maybe bringing back community policing. So these are the programs that we're going to be exploring.
Yeah, thank you. The sentence, I understood the advocacy piece and sort of the goal you're trying to achieve. I was just curious if there was a program that you had run in the past that you'd like to just who was doing that, or if that falls into that if that whole sentence falls into that.
It kind of falls into the advocacy, and when I say reinvigorated, I mean bringing back community policing.
All right, thank you for that clarity.
Thanks, sir. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. So your briefing emphasizes, among other things, tourist traffic, regional visitor market share, and local spending. For 20 years, between 1982 and 2002, there was a daily tourist foot passenger ferry service between downtown Vancouver and downtown Squamish. And that was for most of those years, from the foot of Main Street. Does your board or your membership have an idea of how significant a daily ferry service directly to the downtown waterfront for tourists and local commuters how significant would that be for downtown business? This is something that is recognized and supported as a concept.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to push that. Thanks for that question, Eric. Yeah, I see a significant potential in a ferry service coming into downtown Squamish. The biggest benefit is obviously bringing visitors straight into the downtown core, where they can spend their money and enjoy the shops and restaurants that we offer. I think it aligns with a number of our strategic priorities as well. And then from a tourism aspect, just having more access to downtown through different, through a ferry service would be beneficial. Yeah, and as we continue to grow, having flexibility for future transportation and waterfront opportunities would benefit downtown.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering, I couldn't help but notice we've had a number of businesses downtown shut down or who are for sale. And I was wondering if you had any insight into how businesses are struggling downtown, what kind of advocacy you're doing, and also what kind of advocacy we could be doing on behalf of our small businesses.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Greenlaw. Yes, we are definitely seeing some businesses close in downtown Squamish, and for a number of reasons. Some just being the economic climate that we find ourselves in, some being because of trying to renegotiate leases, and leases, there being no cap on how much a property or a landlord can put up their lease. So we're definitely seeing a number of different things. The advocacy that we're doing around it, we're beginning to offer our businesses some help around understanding their lease and their responsibility, the responsibility of the landlord and the responsibility of the leaseholder.
Yeah, thanks. And the second question I had was just around any kind of crimes that are happening downtown and how businesses are feeling about crime rates, and if there's any increase in criminal activity at businesses, if you have any insight on that.
I don't have any data or statistics on it, just from what I hear. And I can share that we have seen an uptick in crime. We see lots of businesses complain about needles outside their business fronts and human excrement. So these are some of the things that are being reported to us from our downtown businesses.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks very much. I have Councillor Stoner next.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks for that insight and questions and responses to Councillor Greenlaw. Maybe I'll dig in a little bit to the graffiti removal program, and I'd love to just hear how that is going, what that entails, and what it looks like going forward.
So we have been working with an organization called Goodbye Graffiti. They came to us last year, and we sat down and had a really good conversation about the state of downtown, the amount of graffiti and postering and stickering that we were seeing. We were talking with economic development actually to see if there was a way that the district could support that. And unfortunately, just because of funding, there wasn't funding available. So the Downtown Squamish Business Improvement Association decided to set aside some funds from our operational funds so that we could run the program. So we ran the program for 6 months last year from, I think it was April through to fall. And Goodbye Graffiti went out once a week and then would go around the whole of our downtown catchment area and clear any graffiti that and postering and stickering that was front facing. We didn't have enough in our budget to do everything in alleyways as well. So anything that was front facing on any of our private and on public assets. So they also cleaned all district property too within the downtown core.
And where does that go from here?
Okay, so we were really fortunate to secure some funding through Community Futures back in February to help fund some of the program for this year. So they obviously recognize the importance of a clean and vibrant downtown. We will continue this program under the Downtown Squamish BIA until October. And then from there, we will be looking back to have conversations with the district to see if they can help support the programming. And obviously downtown is where we focus, but there's graffiti all across Squamish that needs to be cleaned up.
All right, thank you for that insight. I think Mayor Herford got to this a little bit, but I did have just a question around like your general membership sentiment, I guess around like the events broadly, but specifically Open Street Day.
Yeah, we definitely have a mixed opinion on Open Street Day. I don't want to say the parking word, but when parking is removed, we sometimes see some concerns from some businesses. But what we try to do is really activate the street to bring people to the street. So the more that we can do, the more we see the businesses, people in the businesses. And as of last year, we partnered with Squamish Arts and made Open Street Day, Squamish Arts Festival and Squamish Mural Walk Festival. Sorry, I think I've got that all right, on the same weekend. So it just enhanced how many more people that were coming downtown.
Okay, that's awesome. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I'll just remind Council we are running into our lunch and probably into a hard stop for our guests. So if you have a quick question, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just since you mentioned the P word, I want to dig into that a bit and some of the data collection, because I think, anytime I've seen a vibrant downtown, it's difficult to park there because everyone wants to be there. And so I guess I would anticipate when a downtown is busy and when you have an open street day and so on, you would have more customers and some more complaints from people who normally drive, but still a net increase in customers. Some of the data collection that you're looking at doing, will it be able to sort of understand that or have some actual metrics on what's happening?
Yeah, I would like to think that it will. And just to kind of expand on that a little bit, we offer, whenever we, as the Downtown Squamish, close the road, we offer alternatives to parking. The district on July 1st always give free transit. So we obviously share that with the locals. We work with Tourism Squamish to make sure that we can use the Adventure Centre lot as a parking lot for those that are able to walk downtown. So the data part, yes, we will definitely look at that, but we do, and we share it widely of like drop-off points and alternative parking locations. And in fact, for this year, we will be looking to have conversations with oceanfront developments about maybe creating some parking down off Galbraith and directing people to there.
Great. Thank you very much. I think I saw a motion to receive there by Mayor Herford.
Motion to receive. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Anderson. Quick round of comments.
Yeah, just briefly, again, thank you for all the work. And I've heard around, if I sum up some of the pieces I've heard, it's that I'd love to see some data around this so we can understand better the impacts. And when we look at the work that we do, we want to see a thriving downtown. We want to deliver customers and the right customers to our downtown, facilitate the right customers getting to our downtown businesses and see them thrive. And I know we have a shared goal that way. So anything we can do to better understand that and the impacts of our actions and decisions in this room, I think would be, we'd all be well served with that. So thank you. And I look forward to the next, to all the events coming up and gathering with community, which you've been doing such a good job of facilitating. And just every time we talk about the downtown BIA sort of catchment area and taxation and so on, we know that through the work, through development, there are more spaces coming. I know that there's that conversation coming around what expansion of the area may look like over time. And I think that the downtown BIA has a large positive impact, far broader than to just its downtown taxation area, which is quite remarkable. And I don't think we should take for granted, because that's not the case in many other communities, and some that have multiple BIAs that are sometimes pushing and pulling at things. So I really appreciate that collaborative spirit you bring in, and the impact that your organization has more broadly in the community. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson.
On the matter of a safer downtown Squamish that we've discussed here this afternoon, we might refer Ms. Kerry Neal to the presentation made May 19 by Staff Sergeant Sasha Banks of the RCMP, who addressed the issue of community policing and who's responsible for community policing programs. It would not be the RCMP, but she did state a definite interest in establishing a downtown presence on the part of the RCMP detachment. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Speaking in support of the motion, suggested reading, Paved Paradise, How Parking Explains the World by Henry Graybar. Highly recommended reading for those who fear the P word. And Donald Shoup's book called The High Cost of Free Parking. I just bring these up because every time we have these conversations about the great things that are happening downtown that are people oriented, the P word comes up. And these are some great resources to better understand the logistics, ins and outs of parking.
Thank you very much. Any further? Yeah, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for coming in today. A couple of the comments that I have based on the conversation is the community policing piece. I really agree that this is something that we should be moving forward. It gives our community kind of some autonomy and some power in situation. And I think it's an effective and easily accessed, way of having more feet on the ground, more eyes in the sky kind of thing. The other piece I just wanted to touch base with you, we do have minister meetings coming up, and we do have a request in to talk to ministers about the impact of the changes to the PST on small businesses. I have a legal petition circulating, and we also have, we just submitted the resolution to UBCM about reconsidering PST, but there's also a request to talk to ministers about the triple net lease piece. And there's also a resolution going to UBCM about triple net, just so that you know about that. And just keep us in the loop if there's advocacy that you think should be done. Well, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, briefly, thanks for the presentation and the update of all the work that is going on. I just want to say how great it is that we have, I would say, feel like gotten to a place that feels like a stable and consistent place for our downtown community events. So thank you for all your effort in bringing those partners together for places where we can celebrate the amazingness of downtown Squamish and our community, whether it's for Canada Day, Squamish Together, or the holiday parade. They're things that our community clearly has a desire for, and we're showing up for that. And I just want to reflect on some of the challenges that are also being experienced by our downtown businesses and residents, the feeling of unsafety, and just wanting to really try and ground our conversation in building community and connection over necessarily policing. And how do we do that in a way that everybody feels like they have both safety and it's not over militarized, or we don't want people to feel like they have to pick up arms and be community policemen, but that we can build through cleanliness, through making sure that we're getting the graffiti removed and that our businesses feel supported in a clean space, while there's also outreach to those community members who need help, and how do we find roles in that. So I just want to put that out there as part of the conversation and recognize that the district has a role in showing up in that too.
Thanks, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It is a sort of a reminder of careful what you wish for. I remember when I was chair of the chamber, would hear all the time about, oh, you know, what are we going to do about downtown? It's dead. There's no one here. And now it's fantastic and it's bustling and it comes with its own set of challenges that people also complain about. But when I look back, it's just any weekend you go downtown, and it's not just weekends anymore, but especially on weekends you go down, it's just bustling and so much excitement. I think it's fantastic that so many of these events are open to everyone in the community, and I see folks from every walk of life at these events. And I think, speaking a bit to Councillor Stoner's comments, I literally see people from every walk of life talking, being a community, and that, I think, inclusiveness is how one of the key ways we can make people feel part of the community and have more everyone having a greater positive impact on the community. And so I think, again, a lot of these events are part of that and so important. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I will call the question. I need to do that first. All those in favor, receipt. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Neal, for your wonderful presentation and the wonderful work you do all year round. Thanks very much. And with that, we are on recess. I'm going to call lunch till 3:10. Is that? Yes? Okay. We'll be on lunch for 40 minutes. So back at 3:10. Thank you.
Testing.
All right, thanks very much, and welcome back to the June 9th Committee of the Whole meeting. Our next presentation is from Sea to Sky Community Services. Thanks very much for joining us. I'll leave it to staff and our guests to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Jay Deo, Director of Recreation and Culture. I'm pleased to introduce Sharada Clayton, Manager of Youth Services for Sea to Sky Community Services, and Krista German, Director of Clinical Service Delivery for Sea to Sky Community Services. Sea to Sky Community Services delivers youth services on behalf of the District of Squamish and has successfully and passionately done so for several years. Key focus of the service agreement between the district and SSCS is on the implementation of the Squamish Youth Strategy, which aims to empower local youth by addressing their needs and involving them in community decision-making processes, focusing on leadership, services, and spaces for youth. Sharada and Krista will take us through a review of Squamish Youth Services over the past year, highlighting the amazing work being done to support the evolving needs of youth in our community. Sharada, over to you.
Thank you, Jay. With gratitude, we acknowledge our work takes place on the unceded and ancestral territories of the Squamish and Lower Statlam nations, including Lilwat, Shmakwan, Skatine, Haksha, and Nakwakwa. And as Jay introduced myself, I'm Sharada Clayton and Manager of Youth Services, along with Krista German. Squamish Youth Services experienced many successes this year. The team has developed and facilitated many creative programs and activities that engaged youth and appealed to a variety of interests. Additionally, the team extended Youth Hub hours by adding an additional opening at lunch during the week to better connect to Foundry Drop-In. This change improved accessibility for youth who are accessing Youth Hub to the critical wraparound supports they need from Foundry Services. Lastly, Sea to Sky Community Services staff at all levels continued to strengthen their relationship with the District of Squamish staff, strengthening alignment in our work and continued advancement of the Squamish Youth Strategy. Many excellent programs were delivered by Squamish Youth Services over the past year. We have developed a program matrix for staff to ensure that each season we are able to hit our performance indicators for numbers and types of programs. Next are some examples of the creative programs and opportunities the team has developed, ensuring we have a wide range of programs and services that appeal to different needs and interests. One of the key ways Sea to Sky Community Services contributes to the Youth Strategy Services and Programs pillar. And these are some beautiful pictures that we've included. Jam with Dan. As a musician and a staff member at Pearl Space, Dan has been facilitating regular jam sessions for youth on Fridays at the Youth Hub. Bringing his high energy and fun to the space with hand drums and other instruments, Dan engages youth of all ages and musical abilities. We've also created our disc golf workshop, and this year staff built a strong connection to the local disc golf community league. Squamish Youth Services hosted a 4-week disc golf session, teaching 8 youth how to play this fun and accessible sport. When the program concluded, the Disc Golf Association donated a basket and discs to Squamish Youth Services so that we can continue to enjoy playing and introducing the sport to more youth. Squamish Youth Services staff organized a visit to the driving range and a picnic at Squamish Valley Golf Course. 7 youth were in attendance and enjoyed the activity, many of whom were golfing for the first time. Another program our staff created was the Story Writing Factory. This was a 4-week program for youth to learn the art of story writing, facilitated by a team member who holds an English literature major, focusing on skill building such as setting up the plot and character development. Youth created excellent stories while going through the writing process. The youth were so engaged in the program that a 5th week was added at their request. In October, Squamish Youth Services staff coordinated a visit from MP Patrick Weiler, where youth had the opportunity to ask questions and engage in discussions on important topics with our Member of Parliament. This was an exciting opportunity for youth and staff with 19 youth in attendance. We hope to organize similar opportunities in the coming year to continue to advance goals in the Speak Up and Leadership and Emerging Adults pillars of the youth strategy. Community partnerships are identified as a key value of the Squamish Youth Strategy and very much in alignment with Sea to Sky Community Services' value of collaboration. Below, we have highlighted programs delivered in partnership with other community service providers dedicated to supporting youth in the community. In partnership with the RCMP and ICBC, Squamish Youth Services hosted another evening in the Youth Hub where youth could try out impairment goggles and build rapport with local RCMP members. Youth were highly engaged in the activity, enjoying games, prizes, and snacks as part of the evening. From April to June 2025, Squamish Youth Services staff worked with the youth worker at Don Ross Middle School to coordinate visits for youth at the Youth Hub, building familiarity with youth and increasing engagement with staff and the space in advance of the summer break. These visits also coincided with Foundry drop-in support hours, increasing youth's knowledge of and access to additional resources in the community. In advance of this initiative, the Squamish Youth Services team hosted an activity table at Don Ross, engaging over 75 youth in conversations and activities. In the pictures, you can also see our Squamish Youth Services continues to partner with Whistler-based organization Zero Ceiling, who focus on building career readiness and employment opportunities for youth experiencing multiple barriers. Connecting youth to Zero Ceiling's community-based activities ensures that youth who may benefit from this program have a knowledge of and access to this resource. 12 youth participated in 2 hiking trips with Zero Ceiling this summer, and 4 youth participated in the ski and snowboard trip in the winter. The National Day of Truth and Reconciliation Canoe Pull continues to be an annual highlight and a prime example of community relationships in action. This year, in partnership with Squamish Nation, RCMP First Nations Unit, Boundary Sea to Sky, and Squamish Youth Services, nearly 50 people came out to recognize this important day and our commitment to the integration of reconciliation in our work. Youth Week is an annual provincial initiative from May 1st to 7th, where communities across the province host activities and a variety of events to celebrate all things youth. Youth Week provides us with a valuable opportunity to advance the objectives of the Speak Up and Leadership and Spaces and Places pillars of the youth strategy through supporting youth to create youth events and hosting activities in a variety of locations in Squamish. Many activities took place this year during Youth Week, celebrated in communities across the province from May 1st to 7th. At the Youth Hub, youth bedazzled their favorite book covers. Outside, we hosted a youth barbecue and a carnival led by the Youth Advisory Committee. The week culminated in a fun neon youth dance night at Trickster's Hideout. Over 100 youth participated in Youth Week events coordinated by the Squamish Youth Services team. We are so proud of the many staff and youth that contributed their efforts and the many community partners who contributed through donations of space, food, and prizes. Squamish Youth Services program plays a critical role to accessible wraparound care at the Foundry Sea to Sky Centre and the Youth Hub in Squamish. Squamish Youth Services programs and staff often provide a warm handover for youth to the Foundry services, including youth outreach, clinicians, youth peer support, primary care, and access to drop-in counseling. In many cases, youth are already familiar and comfortable with staff and the facility, so they can more easily take what is often a very big step into receiving one-on-one support specific to the challenges they are facing. With an integrated case management approach, our staff are often better equipped to support young people to get the help they need and achieve their goals. This year, Squamish Youth Services was able to add a lunchtime drop-in at the Youth Hub on Wednesdays to increase accessibility and overlap with drop-in counseling at Boundary Sea to Sky. As part of Sea to Sky Community Services Performance Reporting Plan, we survey clients and program participants in all programs across the agency. Of the 21 youth who were surveyed for Squamish Youth Services, there was a high level of satisfaction for the programs delivered and staff support received. 90% of youth reported being very satisfied or satisfied with youth programs, and 100% of youth surveyed reported being very satisfied or satisfied with the staff support they are receiving. 100% of youth reported positive well-being after participation in Squamish Youth Services programs. In collaboration with the district staff, we have established and refined our reporting templates to continue to reflect the good work of our team and the impact of our programming. We report on relevant stats quarterly to the District of Squamish. In total this year, Squamish Youth Services saw 106 youth registered, new youth, and 4,749 visits. This is significantly up from our council presentation in 2024, where we reported to you that the total number of youth visits for the year was 3,049. One youth initially came to the Youth Hub only occasionally to charge his phone, but over time, those brief visits became consistent opportunities to build a rapport and trust with staff. As that relationship grew, he began opening up about the mental health challenges he was experiencing. With support from our youth services team, he was connected to Boundary Sea to Sky drop-in services, where he accessed counseling and received help completing an application to a youth serving organization. Today, he is thriving and employed as a staff member within this team. An example of how low barrier access, trusted relationships, and integrated wraparound support can create meaningful pathways to wellness and belonging. The team is very excited to continue to build on the program plans we have developed for the next fiscal year. We have established a hybrid model of service to include drop-in youth hub programs, as well as targeted community-based programs to reflect the needs identified in the Squamish Youth Strategy, as well as ongoing feedback from youth. With that, continued work is required to monitor and update our benchmarking and KPIs to reflect those commitments. The Sea to Sky Community Services Youth Services team looks forward to continuing collaborative work with the District of Squamish staff on fine-tuning our reporting to accurately reflect the incredible work being done and developing strategies that are in alignment with the strategic priorities of both the District of Squamish and Sea to Sky Community Services. As we grow and expand youth programs at Sea to Sky Community Services generally, we continually monitor the effectiveness, efficiency, accessibility, and satisfaction of our programs to determine where shifts or changes are needed to improve services. Our Squamish Youth Services programs are no exception. We will continue to monitor how programs are functioning within the Boundary Sea to Sky Center and against the goals of the Squamish Youth Strategy to determine if any changes to our service delivery model are recommended. This year, a period of meaningful growth and impact for Squamish Youth Services, marked by diverse, engaging programming, strengthened partnerships, expanded youth hub access, and high levels of youth satisfaction, The continued integration with Founder Sea to Sky has significantly enhanced the team's ability to provide timely wraparound supports, while community collaborations and youth-driven initiatives have fostered connection, skill development, and well-being. We thank the District of Squamish staff and council for an increase to our core funding, as it will allow us to maintain the level of service we have developed and strengthened our capacity to support youth. With increased core funding, refined planning and reporting processes, and strong alignment with the Squamish Youth Strategy, Squamish Youth Services is well positioned to build on this momentum and continue delivering responsive, accessible, and high quality supports for youth in the community. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Council, questions? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. A number of years ago, a friend of mine was a director of the research forest run by UBC at Haney, and they had two programs. One was for youth, another one was for persons with developmental disabilities in doing silvicultural work. For everything, mostly brushing and weeding, juvenile spacing. We have here in our community 2 woodlots and a community forest agreement, where there could be some silvicultural jobs and tasks that might be of interest for your program. Beyond that, we have the Trail Society Brushback Brigade. Their average age is about 75. They might need some help once in a while. Invasive Species has weed poles. Our Fire Smart program could always probably use a hand. My general question is there a place in your program of offering career opportunities, exposure to employment readiness, training and use of tools? Is there some potential in building linkages with programs such as these? I got one more. Stream keepers in the summertime, rescuing fish fry from dry streams, always need volunteers. Is there an opportunity to build linkages with those groups?
Absolutely. We are continually looking for community partners, and we often allow our youth to really be the ones to speak up and share the interests they have. So looking at different organizations all throughout the community and always having a willingness to collaborate together.
So they can come and knock on your door.
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you.
Welcome them.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering if you can situate youth services. I guess in my mind, sort of Foundry would be clinical services, rec services would be, in my mind, traditional athletics, and then youth services would be less traditional athletics and non-athletics and those sorts of things for youth. Is that kind of how we would categorize these things?
Yes, very, very close to that. The way we frame it is a social recreational space for youth to connect with our youth workers, and also is a bridge to the mental health supports connected through Foundry Services.
Through the chair, I'll add as well, rec services. I think there's definitely been an evolution in recreation service delivery to, not just focus on athletic or physical development. It's now focused more on holistic development of all age categories. So we offer programming and supports for all ages and all types of development. So especially post-COVID, there's an evolution there as well.
So if I can just follow up on that, then can you speak a bit to the collaboration to make sure we're not duplicating services, or maybe there's enough demand that we need to duplicate some services, or just speak to sort of how we share that work?
Yeah, through the chair, the district doesn't directly deliver youth services. So we work closely with Sea to Sky Community Services to deliver those services on our behalf. And then in terms of, so there's no redundancies there because of us not offering that service. And then just working with them to meet strategic objectives aligned in the youth strategy, which cover a wide variety of development opportunities, as well as mentioned by Sharada, the development and objectives of their strategic work as well.
Councillor Stoner? I saw the mic move.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks so much for your presentation and all your work. I had a chance to sit down with you folks a few weeks ago with Councillor Pettingill, just kind of refreshing and talking about strategy with regards to the Squamish Youth Council and where it fits into like the broader pieces here. But I guess my first question would be the youth strategy itself, which is a core document to our partnership agreement. And the way that you structure your programming was adopted in 2019. And so I'm just curious if you can reflect a little bit on the current, like how current that document feels to your work, if it feels like it's outdated or if it's still like a good guide, or if it feels like it needs like a refresh at this time.
Sounds good. Thanks for the question. As you mentioned, it was developed 2019 and definitely formed the foundation for how we developed our service model for Squamish Youth Services in light of the integration with Foundry Sea to Sky. And at that time, definitely there was a lot of relevance. We were able to use the pillars to guide kind of the foundation of our services. And to this day still has some relevance in terms of how we position, like, as Sharada mentioned, the variety of services we offer, for example, and then the aspirations that we have for Speak Up in Leadership and our work with our Youth Advisory Committee and those pieces. Where it could benefit from some refreshing is that the document itself references some very specific points in time that we've achieved, like the development of the Foundry Center, for example. So continuing to stay relevant to the current climate of youth needs is always a good thing. It's a quickly evolving culture. That said, the foundational pillars are still quite relevant.
That's super helpful. Thank you. And then I just wanted to touch on something that I think I heard in the presentation, that you do quarterly reporting to the district. Is that accurate? And if so, how extensive is that? Because that feels like it might be a lot.
Do you want us to take that, or do you want to?
And maybe from like both sides of the table, like.
I'll maybe start just by saying, our reporting to the district has been an evolving practice over the last few years to ensure that we are continuing to stay up to date and relevant with our services, and that the district was well informed of what's been happening because of all the changes, we experienced in our programming over the years, whether that had been through COVID and our need to develop services and deliver services like in the community or virtually or whatever it was at that time, and then through the evolution of the development of the new center and the youth hub. So over time, we've kind of refined those practices to be both what the district needs and what's relevant to Sea to Sky. And we're continuing to look at that over even the course of this past year for relevance and to meet the needs of both orgs.
Yeah, that was well said. I'll just add that the reporting, the quarterly reporting is one of the criteria in the current agreement that was established several years ago. It's kind of rolled over. It does help staff being fairly arm's length to have a sense of what's going on a regular basis. We try to stay connected and integrated. We meet regularly. We try to stay engaged, and if there's mutual interests and program development, et cetera, but does help us. But as Krista mentioned, we want to make it reasonable and we want to make it valuable. So we're looking at the frequency and the KPIs. And as we do look at doing a potentially multi-year agreement as part of the community agreements policy, we'll look at those reporting protocols and see what works best for both parties.
Okay, that's really helpful and great to hear that refinement is happening. My last question for now is just in terms of like communications and getting the message out about the services that are being provided through Squamish Youth Services. Do we amplify that, say, in like our recreation program guide? And how much back and forth is there between our comms team and the work that you folks are doing?
We typically are, we have a space within the guide for both seasons, and are able to provide a QR code and a brief description some images as well.
Through the chair, I'll add that again, in the agreement, there's protocol around communications, and the district does support and has the ability to support through its communication channels. I would say we could probably do a better job of doing that and looking at the opportunities, especially for kind of modernized communication. So something for us to continue to work on.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to pick up on, you spoke to how the youth strategy really forms the sort of framework for what you're doing. And, but we now have the Foundry, and a lot has changed, and we know affordability and housing are kind of issues across the board. Are there any sort of key things that are popping out right now as something that is not being adequately addressed in our existing strategies and so on? Like, oh, this is something that we're really going to have to think about, or is there anything sort of big that's sort of lurking there that we should know about? Or
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Want me to? Yeah. Thanks for that question. As a community social service agency, this is something that across all of our programs is really important to us. And I think you've, in your question, even highlighted some of the big pieces in terms of community need, that being housing, affordability. And we see the effects of that in even the clientele that access our youth programs in terms of those needs for themselves and their family. Some other big pieces, especially in the youth sphere, are the impacts of, mental health impacts on youth, different things related to family dynamics and challenging home environments. That's another thing that we see quite often within the clientele of our youth. And so not that they're not being adequately addressed, but it seems that those needs just continue to rise, and that we always are needing to kind of catch up in terms of our capacity and ability to feel like we can deal with all things. But nothing that isn't on our radar necessarily that I would say right now. But Sharada, do you have any additions to that?
No, I think you've captured it.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can follow up, thank you. And do you have a sense that what you're speaking about, are these, would you say, symptoms of the affordability in housing, or are these things that you're seeing sort of a real need in some of these areas, but it's actually pretty common across BC? Or are you observing, oh, there's something unique going on here, or do you have a sense of that?
I think that I would, want a bit more time to really dive into adequate response to that question. But I think just generally what we know about Squamish is that it's a very fast growing community, and there's certainly impacts there specifically to around affordability. So yeah, I don't want to kind of be the be all and end all to the answer to that question, but those are certainly some areas that impact what we see.
Thanks. Are there no further questions? I've got one of my own. The notion, the idea that the youth services are really a bridge to the health support and clinical services provided, that's, I think, a really valuable vision for me. And when I see the Foundry and its footprint, it's very small but powerful footprint here in Squamish, I wonder, are there opportunities for the district to use our other facilities to help you make that bridge towards health and clinical services? I think of all the youth recreation programming we do at Brennan Park, Art Squamish. We have so many community organizations that do a lot of amazing work with youth. Are there ways that you can see that we could help bridge to the clinical and health support services using all those wonderful services?
Mm-hmm. If I might speak from some historical context, through COVID, for example, the district was instrumental in helping us continue to deliver services to young people. We used the Brennan Park Rec Center multiple times for service delivery, and actually just kind of eventually had a regular spot there on Friday nights, for example, to deliver programs. So that was Very, very helpful. And now as we have our own facility, we look at different ways where we can incorporate use of the rec center through Youth Week, for example, on like a one-off event or whatever it might be. And our relationship with the district and our commitment to the youth strategy allows us to, again, kind of branch out in partnerships with Arts Council, for example, and using different community spaces to do youth murals and things like that. So I think these are opportunities that are on our radar. I don't know if Jake, you had anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, through the chair, I think Krista summarized it fairly well. I think we also talk a lot about youth outreach and how we can start continuing to support folks outside of just the Foundry and the Youth Hub. So looking at funding and capacity and expertise to get out there in different spots throughout the community is important and something we'll continue to work on. And the youth strategy does speak to looking at different spaces and places as a core pillar, identifies some different areas such as Brennan Park. I think as we look at expansion and opportunities at our different facilities where we can have space, we will absolutely incorporate the feedback and strategies and CSky Community Services input to help support that long term. So yeah, definitely an important thing to consider and something that's on our radar.
Thanks very much. Any more questions from council? No, if not, I'll be looking for a motion to receive, moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Comments?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hamilton. The report that you've provided us is really valuable, and encouraged to see statistics like the 4,749 participant visits in the past year, and to hear that the growth from the previous year is up from 3,049. It says to me that the work you're doing is effective and word's getting out. And it's a stat like that that just double kills me when I see comments online that say there's nothing for young people in Squamish to do. Go to the youth hub. There's a lot going on there. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I'll echo Councillor French's comments. It's always nice to see a growth in numbers, and I think the reorientation of having some hours open during lunchtime helps just increase visibility of the youth hub. I think back to when we first opened it, there was definitely a certain perception of the youth hub, and it was only available or should only be made available to certain types of youth. And I think that perception is changing. I think even just through our experience with Youth Council this year, hearing some more of the youth talking about it as a great place to go and checking in on some of the amazing services and programs that you folks are delivering. And it continues to evolve as there's like more programs that are emerging and the needs of youth are changing. I think this is something that we're reflecting deeply after our 5 years of Youth Council now. How we just make use of the various resources across our community to really elevate and access as many youth as possible. And so just thank you for your continued engagement in that conversation as we work through it together and make sure that we can access as many youth as possible. And thank you for the individualized story. We often look for high numbers and more folks coming in the door, but I think really telling the story of even just one individual and how much of an impact that can have. It's important to remember that it's not just a total number, it's really about the impact that we're making on those who need the services the most. So thanks.
Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and for the work always. It's great to see the sort of the program succeeding. I'm often when I see this growing number of participants in any one thing, I'm curious if that's, where I know that there's an element of changing perceptions from the previous youth center and to where we are today, but there's also the growing need in community, and just trying to pull those apart more and understand them would be, I'm sure these are things that you folks think about often, and that type of discussion comes up often at this table. Like, what's the driver here, and how are we're getting there? But in the end, here, just doing such a great job of serving the youth and community and reacting to their to their ever evolving needs. So yeah, thank you. I see a lot of innovation in this program, and I think it's a great example for others. And speaking to my colleagues around the province and country, I know that this is one of the pieces that there's quite a bit of envy of in other regions that don't have the level of service that we have for our youth. So thank you so much for that.
Councillor Pettingill. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the work and the presentation. I think it's a little bit harder, I think, maybe to measure the success with this and some other things. It's kind of a, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure kind of, or no, I can't remember. Anyways, just I have observed just a small bit of support earlier on in life can have such a big positive long-term impact on a life and on the community. So it is really important, and I'm glad to sort of see that we're trying all kinds of different things to make sure we're reaching out to youth in all kinds of different circumstances, and I think it's really important to keep doing that. And yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. And with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion received. Motion received unanimously. Carried. Thank you. Yeah, not motion received. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much for coming. And we'll take, how long do I need? Yeah, no, I know. I can't even blame feedback on the mic this time. 2 minutes recess for staff to turn over. Thanks. One more minute? Oh, yeah, we need, oh, sorry, I thought we had everybody here. I was counted 2 staff and then just check in with technical there. We're good? Okay. Welcome back. Now on to our last report, pickleball AED request. I'll take it over to staff to introduce themselves and the topic. Thanks.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. My name is Jay Deo, Director of Recreation and Culture, and I'm joined by my colleagues Pat Smith, Manager of Public Works Operations, and Devin Kiyanaga, Director of Public Works. On April 7, 2026, at the District of Squamish regular business meeting, Council passed the following motion: that the correspondence re indoor and outdoor AED policy at Brennan Park Activity Center be referred to a future committee of the whole for discussion. Staff provided council with a memo outlining the background and current status related to the correspondence. To summarize a few key points for the discussion, this past January, staff were approached with a proposal by Pickleball Squamish to install an AED at Brennan Park pickleball and tennis courts. Although it wasn't in staff's annual work plan, staff recognized the importance of health and safety feedback and engaging with community stakeholders around their overall concerns. Therefore, staff have taken time to thoughtfully review the proposal and implementation considerations, which has led to the direction outlined in the memo. As mentioned in the memo, the district does not have an AED policy, nor is there mandatory provincial or federal legislation requiring AEDs at sports facilities. The district does operate AEDs at several indoor locations throughout the community, including multiple units at Brennan Park Recreation Center adjacent to the pickleball and tennis courts. Regarding the specific request for an AED at the Brennan Park tennis and pickleball courts, staff have moved forward an AED pilot at outdoor sports facilities starting at Brennan Park tennis and pickleball courts, contingent on budget approval. Staff have included the equipment and maintenance costs for the AED pilot project at the Brennan Park pickleball and tennis courts for council consideration in the district's 2027 to 2036 financial plan. Staff would move forward with the pilot beginning in 2027 if the equipment and maintenance costs are approved. Staff are here to answer any questions from Mayor and Council pertaining to the memo.
Thanks very much. Questions from Council? Mayor Herford.
Thank you. The table 1 in the report highlights the sort of what the ongoing the cost would be and so on. The first step is AED cabinet installation and data plan. That's assuming that the AED itself is provided. Is that correct? Is it the physical thing or the money to procure? I think those are two separate topics. Do we have an understanding of that?
Through the chair, do you want me to take this question?
Oh, you do.
Sure. Yeah, so there has been a donation from Pickleball Squamish that's offered, that's referenced in the memo, to cover the cost of the AED. The $2,000 reference is for hardware installation, or a cabinet that's required to house the AED, because that would not be, the grant amount wouldn't be sufficient to cover that cost, and a data plan as well, which is an ongoing operating cost to maintain this efficiently for staff. The data plan has various functionalities to reduce staff operational requirements.
Okay, so I'm curious if this was to be the dollar value is not huge for this. I understand the other pieces around needing policy and so on. Council does have our one funding source that's not through the budget process is council contingency. This is an interesting one where council contingency initiated project. One, the funding may not cover as far as work plan piece goes. It doesn't necessarily create capacity, but it commits to these other pieces and likely more than this on the sort of additional steps. So if the funding piece was solved through a council contingency motion, is this something that could happen practically in the timeline, or is it also like $2,000 doesn't solve staff capacity or procurement to achieve these things necessarily by itself? So what is it possible if we solve the funding piece to move this forward, and then we can debate whether it's responsible to or not for those other pieces? Installation.
Sure. Sure. Excuse me. Thanks. Through the chair. Just talking about park operations staff capacity. So currently, parks operations staff are subscribed with capital projects. Is it on? With capital projects that include lawn bowling reactivation, the pedestrian bridge, let's see, what else do I have? Baseball field upgrades. So these are current projects that are approved for 2026, in addition to regular operational tasks that the park staff already do. So hazard tree assessments, mitigations, maintaining our parks, our boulevards, traffic control for all of our events, our baseball fields, our turf fields. So whenever a new initiative comes that's unplanned, just means that one of our existing priorities that the community has expectations for our park staff to do often falls off.
Okay, I'll ponder that and I'll move.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. Appreciate the pause to consider process here. I feel like we maybe all have some collective PTSD about the last time we were really strongly advocated to by the pickleball folks. Hi, you folks are amazing and a really strong vocal community members. And we made a quick decision during a budget process that cost all of us a lot of money in terms of an allocation of a facility in a place that wasn't an appropriate location. This feels fairly different from that previous conversation in that it is a piece of life-saving equipment. I've done a fairly deep dive on a number of different communities. I haven't been able to find an AED policy. Like I don't think that is the norm, but there are many communities that have lots of AEDs in them. An example would be Bowen Island that has 25 of them that were put up by the Rotary and then just taken on by the municipality. And so I'm curious, is there like a public safety health component here where we could just enable these folks to put up this asset and then we would just take it on from an operational perspective? Like what is the risk of us just letting them put it up?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We as staff are trying to move towards purchasing and maintaining and all of our assets. If there's opportunities to receive funding, obviously we'll explore that. But there's risks around allowing folks to put up their own equipment that may not be compatible with district processes or maintenance or operating considerations. So, I think that's something that we're keenly aware of, and we're more in tune with receiving funding so we can align it with our best practices for operating maintenance and efficiency. So maybe that's, I'll leave it there and go with Public Works if you have any, because they would maintain the equipment long term.
Yeah, I can add a little bit to this through the chair. So if I make sure I'm correct in what you're asking about if the Pickleball Squamish group would actually come and physically do the install and just essentially and then hand it over to the district. We do have examples where community groups will do work, for example, on district land like Smoke Bluffs, for example, if we use that. The difference there is they don't really hand over that equipment, like anchors in the rocks for climbing routes. We don't own those. We don't have anything to do with them. So our preference for something like this, because it's a physical piece of infrastructure that we're going to take over, would be that we actually go and install it. It gets complicated then in that point because we lose a little bit of control over what goes in potentially. One of the examples here is we really feel strongly about this data, the need for this to be connected to cellular for that data plan element. Part of that is for location tracking. So we would want to make sure that certain checks and balances are in place. But as soon as you add an element like that, now we've got IT involved, and now it's suddenly the scope of review and involvement expands. So for that reason, something like this, even though it's a seemingly small item from a budgetary perspective, just has a big ripple effect. So it's really important to us that we actually are the ones to go and install that and to ultimately own it from the beginning. The donation of the device itself is excellent. I mean, none of us are debating whether it's an important piece of equipment and whether it would be a good thing there. I think we all agree that this is a good location for an AED, but there's logistics around it and there's broader impacts that we're realizing as we've looked into this beyond just installing the thing and having it there, especially being in the public, not something that is kept, say at the ice rink or at the pool and kept under, not lock and key, but kept a bit more secure, we'll say. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Can you just clarify the reason for it to be connected to data? That feels unusual from the conversations I've had with folks who have put in AEDs.
Through the chair. Yeah. So I don't believe any of our other AEDs are connected to data plans, though don't quote me on that. I don't believe the ones at Public Works, for example, are, because we can maintain those and monitor them. One of the biggest elements for us is location tracking. So our concern here is vandalism and theft. Because this is a device, we looked at options to keep a locked cabinet, but then access, there's an equitability piece there, or logistical challenges with finding a way to unlock the cabinet and get the thing out in an emergency. So ideally, it is open to anyone in the area who needs it, but then it's much more susceptible to theft. So one of our concerns is being able to track it. The data plan is a security measure that we think is important. On top of that, it reduces operational load as well, just for, if there's any issues with batteries or anything like that, it's easier to catch that. It's an added benefit, I guess, of giving us that heads up that needs maintenance or some sort of attention. I'll add one other reason why we think that's important. All our other AEDs are in climate controlled areas. So they're in, by the pool deck or by the rink. They're in areas that we control and we can monitor. Public Works, it's right in our main lobby. This will be out exposed to the elements in a sense. That's why it needs a special cabinet. And so for us to monitor it, an added level of protection, I guess, over making sure this thing is working, would be to have that data plan as well to inform us if it's having any issues.
Through the chair, I'll add that you can see there's no request for staffing hours to support this request, and that's because we're trying to make this as turnkey and low maintenance as possible. So all of the benefits that the data plan provides helps it reduce the staff capacity required to manage this asset.
You okay for now, Councillor Stoner? Councillor Pettingill?
So is there an opportunity to sort of provide a choice and say, we can provide one that we maintain and has the security and so on that we require to deal with it if it's stolen, climate and so on. And so then, you could provide us the funds and we would follow our procurement process and get one that had all these things. Or if you don't want to do that and you want to take the risk, there's a little piece and you can put your own box there. And, it's sort of at your own risk, but we can provide, the little, I don't know, it's 1 foot by 1 foot space to put the box and sort of leave it. And then there's the choice. So then we wouldn't take the operational responsibility for it in the ladder and the pickleball folks would just do it.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I'll try to summarize. I think what we're trying to do as staff is we understand if we install this piece of equipment that whether it's, if it is stolen or vandalized, that we're going to need to continually replace it. We've now added a level of service around, a safety consideration we can't just say, okay, it's gone and too bad type of thing. So we are trying to be responsible as staff to try to protect that asset as best as possible in an unsupervised site. And that's why we've made the recommendation. Of course, you could reduce the security of it, but there's just higher risk of vandalism or theft just based on the location. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I'll note through the chair is also to consider we haven't completed any form of legal review on liability or risk to the district. So if a feature is supported and provided but then fails, we have no idea what that exposes the district to.
So is there an option though for us to sort of, if our liability is okay, to sort of say, hey, if you don't want to have the case in the to require the procurement and so on, and you guys want to take the risk, like it's not a service that we are providing. Other than we're providing you a little square footprint to put your own case and so on. Is that something we could explore? Is there a reason aside from liability, which we could clarify, that we wouldn't want to sort of say to pickleball, like, do your own thing there. We aren't, here's our process if we're going to take it on. If you want to take it on, you can do so maybe.
Through the chair, I could start. I think that would be difficult for staff to propose
of sound again. Okay, thanks very much, everybody. Quick technical pause, and I think we're back and running. We had Mayor Herford asking a question.
I'll just see if I step back far enough. I was not sure when we lost the audio, but I guess the question is, we're here discussing this today because there was a council motion to do so. It's supported by this report. If we just receive for information, I just want to make sure I understand the path we're on. If we just receive for information, so this comes through the budget process, similar numbers to this gets incorporated into the financial plan going forward, and that'll be a decision for the next council to kind of adopt into its financial plan. And then therefore the go no go on this would be in that budget process. Is that correct? I'm not sure which piece of staff wants to answer that, but
Yeah, I can answer it through the chair. That is correct. It would go through, it would be approved through the financial plan approval process.
okay. And then earlier I was trying to get at this, but this isn't, as we've highlighted the complexity, but if council wanted to do that initial $2,000 spend from council contingency to get this done, is that practical? Like, is that something that could happen? And that's one piece on the work side. And then I have the financial question side. What happens with the subsequent, like in a situation where maybe I'll use a hypothetical where council makes a discretionary investment of $2,000 that unleashes, $5,000 in the financial plan or something like that. Like, how do those like follow through maintenance, upkeep, additional pieces come into budget from like a sort of shooting from the hip finding agreement?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'll start with the financial and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues for the work plan items. So if council were to advance this, then the subsequent costs would be committed. So they become non-discretionary and they will fold into the 27 to 2036 financial plan. So thereby you are advancing outside of the budget process a non-discretionary item.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We did speak in the report that there is some operational logistics and some administrative work that needs to be done on staff side to flesh this out. And there's obviously ordering of equipment and installation of that equipment, which Pat spoke about briefly as well. I won't speak for Public Works, but just in regards to the timeline for installation.
Do you want? So in terms of how we can fit this into our work plan, we can make this happen at some point this year, but we can't commit to a certain timeline. So the work itself is something that we can take on, but as Pat mentioned earlier, we're already prescribed, we're programmed for this year. So something will slip. We just don't know what that is. And ideally, we schedule this in a way that what slips off the list is the least impactful, the lowest priority. This isn't treated like get it done next week, because then what's going to slip it's going to be something more impactful. So because of that reason, we just can't commit to a timeline.
Yeah, okay. I guess the what I was trying to understand there was the difference in these processes. So if we said go, like we'll fund it and we'll take on the pre-committed piece outside of budget process, and we'll do move the mountains as they were in our processes here to achieve it actually on the ground. If we did that right now, like I'm having a hard time seeing this happen before sometime in the fall, winter anyways, for the complexity that you've said. Is that like how different are these two things? And I think we have folks in the room that would like this to happen now, and some of those might be sitting at the table, some might be in the audience, but I'm just trying to understand the difference, because it feels like a huge difference of, oh, we could have one out there this afternoon, we'll just go put it there, and we have a lengthy process arduous process to go underway, and this gap is huge. Are we actually talking about a 3 or 4 month difference that happens over winter anyways, from a practical perspective? That's what I'm trying to understand in the question. I didn't think I quite got it, so I'm trying to expand out my question to rephrase it that way.
Yeah, through the chair. Unfortunately, I think my answer is still the same, in that at the end of the day, we need to look at what is on the work plan and what can be pulled off. And as I mentioned, we would try to schedule, well, we would, for something like this, we would hope that we could schedule it in a way that whatever gets pulled off the work plan or delayed is something that can be delayed with minor impact, or doesn't cause us then even more work in the future. So in lieu of being given a deadline, we would approach it that way. And so it could be next month, it could be September, it could be October, just depending on how this year plays out. Weather plays a big role, both rain as well as dry weather too. That changes what we can and can't do. So unfortunately, I don't have a firm answer.
Through the chair, I'll add as well that there has been a substantial amount of work that staff have done to get to this point of vetting out what the best solution and recommendation is, which is presented in the memo. There's still logistics that Devin spoke about that we need to flesh out as well. That go as we consider this is a new system that we're implementing in the district. This is the first, so we're doing our due diligence to make sure we do it well and right. And the other consideration is also the season. Pickleball only plays until, I won't speak for everybody in the audience, but usually until the fall. So there's a window in terms of value. And, if we're looking at this next year, the implementation would be based around when that season starts as well, which is typically around the spring. But yeah, maybe I'll throw it over to Devin.
One other item I'll reiterate is just there are impacts to other departments. So IT being one of them for this device. And so they're prescribed it. They're already programmed as well. And they don't have it on their plan to review this at this point. So certain elements are out of Public Works.
Yeah, and we can't say if it's extensive or not. It may be a quick review for certain elements, just staff need time to take it back to be expedited, because we haven't made the recommendation to do this year based on the current recommendation.
Before we go around for another round of questions, one for myself, we've had the question, I believe, from Councillor Pettingill of allowing Pickleball Squamish to install their own AED. Is there anything, and I understand why that's not a preferred path from in a general perspective, yeah? But if Pickleball Squamish feel it's important to have coverage, to have an AED there for this season, we've acknowledged that there's no way, it is unlikely, I think I've heard it's unlikely that staff will be able to have an AED there throughout this pickleball season, even if we request it. So is there any impediment? I know it's not a preferred method, but is there a structural impediment from us just allowing Pickleball Squamish to install, put an AED of their own at the pickleball fields?
Through the chair, I don't know if there's a structural impediment. We've spoken at length with Pickleball Squamish, and I don't think there's been a recommendation from them at this point to take responsibility for that equipment, bring it to the site, keep it at the site, manage it. They have offered to support with funding and the purchase of the equipment. So that would need to be discussed further with the club. But there's obvious risks in terms of liability and precedent setting that staff have concerns around, especially if we roll this out more broadly or for other future infrastructure considerations.
Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, so if we went the way of putting it sort of through our normal process, this council will do most of the 2027 budget. We won't have final decision. So the new council will make a final decision, ideally, in December, and say they approve this, like we do the work, it gets approved in December. There will still be, like, I presume, if that's the process we're taking, we wouldn't be doing the due diligence until the budget was approved. So does a December or early January budget approval give enough of a window in terms of work plans and all of that to make sure that this would be in place for the 2027 spring? Or is there still a risk, like, it might actually not happen until 2028 if it was going in for this year's budget?
I can speak, through the chair. Based on our research so far, we think there's no risk in having it ready for the spring season for 2027 if it was approved in the budget. And just to clarify as well, we can't say whether or not it's likely or unlikely to have it ready for this year. It's just a matter of prioritization, what drops off, and review on our side as well. So it's difficult to say here for this year.
Any further questions? So if there are no further questions, I have a motion I'd like to put on the floor. That staff provide a space for Pickleball Squamish to install an AED of their own, should they wish to do so, at the pickleball courts at Brennan Park. Seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. I can understand a frustration from folks who simply want to put in some safety equipment at the facility that they use regularly. And I think that what staff are presenting is a very reasonable approach for a district-led initiative. I think we need to find some middle ground in our policies, in our procedures, in the way that we work together with community organizations to enable them to find grants. And if we're going to take on that, if we're going to accept the revenue from that, the money for that grant, and then put in the facility, we need to have processes in place where those facilities actually get built on a reasonable timescale before those grants expire, etc. And in a middle ground, I acknowledge this is not an ideal middle ground. This is not an ideal situation, but it's a situation that I think we should allow Pickleball Squamish to put in an AED, at least for this season. And if they wish to take responsibility for it, then I encourage them to do so, but we should allow them to do it on our facility. Thanks. Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I was just going to speak in support of the motion. I think this is an easy path forward in this moment, in the lack of kind of standard operating procedure on our part. So it gives them the option of moving forward with this if they feel strongly about it. And yeah, I think that's a good option.
Mayor Herford.
Question to the mover. The report we have and the conversation's been around this longer term piece. Your motion to me is it meant to address that longer term piece? Like, that's dropping this longer term piece altogether and just go forth and do as you see fit? Is that?
The motion does not speak to the longer term. I have a subsequent motion, which will be for staff to continue the investigation for a policy on outdoor AED installations that is independent of this single installation.
Okay, I'm going to contemplate that. Come back to me, please.
Councillor Pettingill.
I think I could probably support this. I probably want, and I don't know if we need to put it in the resolution, but and I'm sort of saying this out loud for, I guess, my colleagues, an expectation, given the discussion, that if we decide that this is something we want to pursue formally, that we might expect that our sort of official AED replaces an interim one, if that's so we can follow our process and our timeline and prioritization and so on. But we don't have to be an obstacle if they want to go faster in the meantime.
Mayor Herford?
I think I'd offer, without dealing with the two pieces together, I'm struggling. I get they can be different processes, but I think we can deal with them in one motion. So I'm going to propose, for that reason, I'm going to propose an amendment, which would be that the AED at the pickleball courts be included in the for consideration 2027 financial planning, and in the interim, and then it would go. That's where my amendment would end, and then it would pick up the totality of the current motion. If there's a seconder for that. So just I think it's important that we link these two things together, honestly, I'm still struggling to. I don't know if this amendment ultimately I'll support the full motion, because I think that when we do these our processes, we need to really be aware of the bigger picture here of our what it means for our budget process. I think about the thoughtful consideration that we've gave to every item in a very challenging budget process, and then there's things here that we're committing that will have a ripple effect. So I do think that it's important that we signal. I hear around the table, and I feel inside myself that I want to see this happen. But I want to do it in the appropriate way, particularly as someone else, I think it was Councillor Stoner, talked about, how we got to the pickleball facility that we had. I think that if we had taken a more thoughtful approach there, we would have more pickleball courts in Squamish at this point in time. And I think about this duplication of process. We'll go through the due diligence to do this the correct way, to install municipal assets and in a way that meets community's expectations. And there's a process, and it involves understanding what the trade-offs are, and it involves understanding what the long-term impacts of the decisions are. But I want to signal that I would like this to happen. And this interim piece, I think, is really challenging if ultimately what's procured and put there on their own initiative ultimately isn't what is appropriate there from the rest of our processes. We've, again, spent maybe 1.5 times or 2 times what we could have as a community, regardless of whether it's, tax dollars from the municipality or fundraising efforts from a community group to achieve the service that we're asking for the community. So I'm still struggling with the interim piece and whether that's appropriate or not. But I do think that without this tying this together, which I'm trying to do in the amendment, I wouldn't support it by itself. Tying it together might ultimately make it supportable for me, but I need to give that some more consideration. I'd like to hear from my council colleagues on that piece when we start debating the main motion as amended, should this amendment carry. Thank you.
Just remind my council colleagues there are time limits on our speaking to motions. Councillor French and then Pettingill.
Thanks, and I promise I'll stick to the time limit. I'm with Mayor Herford in that I can't support the original motion without this amendment. And I'll express this in terms that our friends in the gallery will get. How government decisions are made is a bit like a really high lob. While the ball's up there, a lot can happen. And it's not like a kitchen line quick rip volley off a light pop-up. And what I see with the original motion is the quick rip volley, which is a mistake that we made the last time we had a significant pickleball decision in front of us. So I think that where we're at with this amendment actually marries both of those scenarios. It gives us an AED at the courts relatively quickly, and it also allows us a more thoughtful process to make sure that how we're doing this long term is going to serve pickleball community well and serve the community well generally.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill.
I realize I have a comment / question for the main motion, so I'll hold it for now.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I will support this measure. I am, though, wanting to voice a concern regarding an interim solution, whether there may be any potential liabilities for the district. This should be considered at a premises on district land, although private club, the Squamish Valley Golf and Country Club, squash and curling. There have been lawsuits directed at the club in cases of injury on facility premises. And I just wanted to be absolutely clear that we're not walking into a situation where we haven't recognized these potential liabilities. Thank you.
Any further comments? Yes, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I will support the motion on the floor. I think it is helpful to have a path forward for this season to make sure that there is a life-saving device in a facility or next to a facility that is very well used and loved. And recognize Councillor Anderson's just caution around liability. I think that is also something that we can work through together in the short term, and then directing staff to do the important due diligence work and making sure that that process is robust in the long term. It may result in a little bit of duplication of effort, but I suspect that the procurement of an extra AED won't go unused in our community over time. And so if it means that we have 2 in a year's time, then that's better than just having 1 in a year and a half's time. So I'll support the motion on the floor.
Thank you very much. Any more comments on the amendment? So with that, I will call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Amendment carries unanimously. Now on to the main motion. Councillor Pettingill, as amended.
Yeah, I just want to check in, and 2 of my colleagues have mentioned it now, that the motion, and do we need another amendment, or is it clear that we would want to confirm the liability before getting too far down the road with the interim, like make sure liability wise it was acceptable for us to do?
Is that a question for your colleagues?
Yeah, the exact words of the...
There was no the words were that staff provide a space for pickleball Squamish to install their own AED at the pickleball courts at Brennan Park. That was the end of it, and it was preceded by Mayor Herford's amendment on the longer term installation through the district processes.
I think I would test an amendment then to pending confirmation of reasonable liability.
Is that amendment seconded? Seconded by Mayor Herford?
Yeah, and I to the part about the interim.
So, do you want me to try to read?
I think it's at the end. I think it just adds on to the end of the.
Yeah. So we've got Mayor Herford's amendment, which speaks to the longer term district process to install AEDs on the longer time scale. We have Councillor Hamilton's provide a space for pickleball Squamish to install their own AED at the pickleball courts at Brennan Park. Provided, go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Pending, provided a reasonable level of liability protection for the district.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
I think that's slightly different than what I seconded, but I think it's the same spirit, so I'll second it.
Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, and speaking to Councillor Anderson's point and earlier staff's comments, we want to make sure that, and I would hope and assume that it's fine, but I've also learned to never assume. And so I think that just check in to make sure that however we do it, even if it requires just a little sign to make sure that everything's good, I just want to make sure it goes smoothly, essentially.
So I've got a question to the mover. Do you have a vision for how you would like that to be assessed and evaluated, that legal risk?
Notwithstanding what I just said about assumptions, but I would assume that staff would proceed, check in with legal, and if there was red flags for them, they would come back to us. Otherwise, they would move ahead, and staff would use their sort of professional expertise to. I mean, they ask lawyers about liability and so on all the time, and have a sense of that. I think so.
Great, thanks. So it's not an expectation of an additional council touch point. Great, thank you. Mayor Herford?
Yeah, I think this is fairly critical. The motion doesn't talk about the temporary solution, doesn't talk to, any guidelines around what it looks like or could be or should be. So I think we'll have a hard time actually reviewing it with our insurer likely, or with legal, and it might come back otherwise. So again, I think this is an improvement. I still think it's imperfect, but this is one of those pieces I think is important due diligence for us. So it's not just we have processes, but don't worry about those. Just do what you want to do. I think this has at least adds something around it that ensures that we're, as a group, doing due diligence to ensure that in efforts to save lives, we're not increasing liability to not just the organization but taxpayers of Squamish, because we're making a decision on a non-pickleball Tuesday afternoon. So without the entirety of the information that we would usually expect to have. So I'll support this amendment.
Thank you. Any further comments on Councillor Pettingill's amendment? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Unanimous support for Councillor Pettingill's amendment regarding assessment of the risks. Now, on to the main motion as twice amended. Any comments on the main motion as twice amended? None. I will call the question then. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, staff, and thank you very much to council. Councillor Stoner.
I'd like to move a motion to terminate this meeting.
Seconded by Councillor French. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much.